Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Anybody please confirm? Tanmay sir, if you are there.
Yes, sir.
Ah, I'm all right. Great. Okay, so we'll start in a while, in 1 or 2 minutes. Good morning, Professor Marino.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Good. Hello, Professor Klassen. Hi. Good morning. Hello, Professor Iyer.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. We'll start now. Almost all of us are here. Okay, so go ahead with. First of all, good morning to everyone who have joined. It is my sheer pleasure to welcome you all to the fifth International E-Conference titled as Bridging Realms, Exploring Intersections in Humanities and Social Science. And I am Subhankar Datto. I am a research associate in Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and working with New Literaria for the last 5 years from its inception. And I welcome you all to this conference. And this year, for this conference, we have with us the Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome, Tor, Vergata, Italy, and Department of English, Central University, Karnataka, India, who have joined with us and collaborated for this conference. In this half decade of journey at the intersections of the humanities and social science, New Literaria, in collaboration with different institutions of national and international repute, organized conference catering to this recent development around humanities and social science. Also, as a journal, we have published 10 consecutive issues within which there are two special issues. One is on the pandemic, and the other one was the crisis in literary and cultural studies. This time for this conference, we are extremely thankful to the Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Vergata, and the Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, for joining hands with us in co-building this 2 days international e-conference. As the title suggests, the conference aims to foster a sort of multidisciplinary dialogue and encourage innovative research that transcends the traditional boundaries within the humanities and social sciences. And in an era which is kind of characterized by a rapid social change, increasing complexity, these intersections between the humanities and social science offers a profound insight into the contemporary human conditions and also becomes suggestive to the path ahead. The first terminology, the first phrase that we have used, bridging realms, metaphorically represent that effort to connect these different domains of knowledge and inquiry, specifically within the context of humanities and social science. This conference seeks to explore these intersections, examining how the discipline, starting from history, literature, philosophy, sociology, anthropology, political science, cultural science, to others, can inform as well as enrich each other and foster a sort of collaborative environment where interdisciplinary dialogue can flourish. By bringing together diverse perspectives, this conference therefore aims to generate new insights, create possibilities for new dialogue in these 2 days of conference, and also foster a rich and transformative exchange of knowledge across the globe, the scholars who have joined. In these 2 days, today is the first day, we have erudite scholars across the globe who are joining us virtually to deliver their talk and engage in a discussion afterwards. We will have 6 consecutive sessions, expert talk today, followed by two more tomorrow in the morning in the first half. As we are moving forward year after year with the journey with New Literaria, this time, to our surprise, we have received a huge number of abstracts for the parallel sessions of the individual papers. Tomorrow, after the plenary talk, we are going to have our whooping 53 parallel sessions happening in different Google Meet rooms. We have research scholars, early career fellows, professors joining from different parts of India and outside for their individual papers. So to go ahead with, as they say, that fasten your seatbelt. For us, for the academicians, maybe it's grab a bottle of water and put your headphones on, and let's go ahead with this 2 days virtual journey. With this small note, I, on behalf of the conference organizing team, heartily welcomes you all again. And to proceed ahead with this conference, I will hand this virtual platform over now to Professor Dr. Elizabeth Marino, Associate Professor of the English and American Studies, Department of University of Vergata, who will quickly introduce the Department of History, Humanities, and Society. So it's over to you, ma'am, now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. And it's a real pleasure to be here with you and also to be involved in the organization of this event, which is an event that connects something that is normally perceived and mistakenly viewed in isolation. And these fields that have been mentioned by my colleague reveal their true significance when they are explored together. So the intersection that is part of the title of this conference is very important. And it forms the foundation for many of the most pressing global challenges. I'm sure this conference will offer profound insight, not only into understanding the past and the present, but also into envisioning the complexities of the future and also opening new avenues for discussion. And I'm sure that the topics that will be delved into will prove valuable for a wide range of people. For scholars and researchers, they will offer an impressive wealth of perspectives and sources, and I'm sure their intellectual horizons will be broadened and stimulated, and new and fertile ideas will bloom. But also for students, I don't know whether there are many students or not, but I'm sure that students will learn how to think independently and out of the box, because normally, as I said before, topics are not interconnected, and the idea of interconnection is really valuable as a tool for young minds. I'm sure that the environment will be one of the main topics also of this conference, faced from many, many other perspectives. And I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for their commitment to a more inclusive, a better, a more peaceful, and also a diversity conscious future. And I also feel indebted to them because I'm sure that they will inspire new ideas. And I'm proud of giving my contribution as a full professor now of the University of Rome to Vergata. And I'm really, really happy of this connection once again between Italy and India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Merino, for joining hands with us in conducting this conference. And now, if I can request Professor Dr. Mahima Raj, Assistant Professor of English, Central University of Karnataka, to quickly talk about the Central University of Karnataka Department of English.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Yes, I am Dr. Mahima Raj, working as an assistant professor in the Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, and we are very happy to collaborate with the organizers. And For the purpose, I would like to invite Professor Basuraj P. Donur, who is the head of the Department of English, to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Mahima. You could have done this job for me. Good morning to you. I'm Professor Basuraj Tornur, Head Department of English, Director of Academics of Central Institute of Karnataka, Kalburgi, the state of Karnataka. To begin with, I must thank and congratulate New Literaria for organizing this wonderful two-day international conference on bridging realms, exploring intersections in humanities and social sciences. And I'm very happy to associate myself with New Literaria, an international journal of interdisciplinary studies in humanities. in organizing this two-day very important academic exercise in collaboration with the Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome, as well as Central University of Karnataka, Kalburgi. I am heading the Department of English at this Central University, National University, and we too have conducted more than 20 national, international seminars and conferences during the last 10 years. And we also collaborate with institutions of higher learning in India, and also some important organizations like New Literaria in organizing seminars and conferences. And I wish all the best to all the participants. And some of the research scholars of our department are also participating in this two-day conference, and they will also making their representations. I have learned from the organizers that young teachers, faculty members, across the globe have shown their keen interest in participating in this conference. I particularly like the theme of the conference because we are living in an era where interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary studies are getting a lot of attention from intellectuals across the globe, and we cannot treat humanities as an island. No discipline, no academic activity is an island in itself. We have to connect ourselves with other disciplines and other academic and research inquiries. I'm sure that a conference of this kind will help young teachers understand different nuances and different dimensions of studies in the field of humanities and social sciences. And I congratulate the organizers. I look forward to listening to a lot of deliberations and talks by eminent teachers from the today and tomorrow. Thank you so much, and I again wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Professor Donor and also Professor Mahima Raj for joining with us. Gokul, if you are there, we can go ahead with a vote of thanks. This will bring us to the end of the inaugural session.
I
Go
hope
ahead.
I'm audible. Yes.
Yes, you are. You are.
So, good morning, everyone, and welcome you to this 2 days international conference, which is conducted by New Literaria and in collaboration with University of Rome and Central University of Karnataka. It's my pleasure to thank every one of us. First of all, I would like to thank God Almighty for giving us all. Yes, sir.
Gokul, sorry to interrupt.
For giving us all this 5 years of strength to carry over this journal and this conferences. And I also firstly thank our editors, Dr. Tanmay Kundu and Dr. Pathasadi Mandal, for being the guiding light with us in all our steps.
Gokul, can you stop? We have Professor Tapodir Bhattacharya who joined with us actually. So we will listen to him first, and then we'll go ahead
Okay,
with the
okay.
vote of thanks. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, so sorry for that. Uh,
So I hope I
yes, sir.
can.
Yes,
This is
yes, you are
Kapodir
audible.
Bhattacharya here.
Yes, sir. You go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I will fail in my duties if I do not express my deep gratitude to the New Literaria for offering me this unique opportunity to be in the midst of a galaxy of intellectuals, researchers, and academicians. Though I am not quite sure why I have been invited, and I am not also sure whether I can tell something new to you. There is nothing, perhaps, that I can propose to you which is not available to you. I am only a very humble student of literature. I hail from the northeastern part of India, southern part of Assam, in a small city called Silchar, where there is a central university. I taught there for 20 years and so, and though it's nothing to talk about, but I was the vice chancellor for 5 years there. I'm basically a student. I love to think about literary theories. I express myself basically in my mother tongue, Bengali, and of course, sometimes in English as well. So, when I got this opportunity, I was deeply engrossed because I firmly believe in the transdisciplinary, or you may say multidisciplinary thinking. And that's why I thought that I have certain problems which I might share to you. Not personal problems, but you may say academic problems. These days, we love to talk about post humanities. We talk about new cultural studies. We talk about the end of theory, end of history has been pronounced so long, long back now. But now it seems that everything has ended. Yet, the interesting part of it is that most of us remain humanists to the core, even if we claim that our work, in whatever discipline we might belong to, had an epistemological break in the meantime with humanism itself. Whether it's possible at all, let us get the answer, the responses from our transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary our thought processes. I believe that in 2024, that is on almost 1/4 of the 21st century, we have already crossed over. We need to prepare some new critics. And as just before me, Professor Tudu was speaking, and also before that, Madam Elizabeth also I was listening to. And though in a nutshell, they have drawn our attention to the responsibilities which we cannot deny as academicians these days. We have some genuine concerns, not for us, not for some individuals, but for the community, but the human community at large. We are not sure whether following some particular theoretical understanding, we can prepare the critic, which is so much necessary these days. What kind of critic we need today? I believe we need a critic that essentially aims at absorbing the impact of every ripple of the never exhaustive stream of life, because it goes beyond the periphery of some typical theoretical pursuit. The most important thing is the pursuit of truth, and also to find out a critique which transcends the temporal confusions. Unfortunately, we have many confusions these days for different reasons. I'm not going very deep into it because I don't have that time at my hand right now. But we need something through this wonderful communication process which has been proposed to us by the new Literaria, which may firmly establish us in an infinite and penetrative human dimension. I don't want to lament, but these days it seems that when we speak about being global citizens, in fact, we don't have any choice but to be global citizen. But what does it mean? What does it require from us? This question is perhaps not quite clear to ourselves right now. we need a new thought process, which the new literaria, I'm sure, would be able to provide to us through this seminar. The task is difficult. Why? Because the boiling cauldron of politics, particularly in the Indian subcontinent, often upsets harmony and simultaneity. I'm not going to particularly refer to certain incidents. You are all aware of that, and perhaps we don't require it right at this moment. The most important task is to translate the thought processes emanated by the multidisciplinarism, because the human world even now remains an unfulfilled dream. It is therefore, I find, imperative for us as academicians to approach the problem of theorizing. Yes, we can't really say that we do not need any theory right at this moment. Theory is dead. We are already in the midst of the whirlwinds of post-theoretical situation. But even then, we must be able to implement the truths of multi-disciplinarism as a creed of the people who are under deep stress for different reasons in different parts of the globe. I am basically a student of literature. As I told you at the outset, we cannot presuppose anything these days, because if we presuppose anything, then perhaps we may be led to a certain scenario which is not quite very happy for us. What does human essence means? These things are very, very, some questions which are really very vague, perhaps. I am a very typical student of literature. I may confess to you, even after now I am 75 plus, even after some 40 to 50 years of my own pursuit of literature, and through literature, the society, and perhaps through literature, philosophy, or the historical constructions or deconstructions, the object of our study, the essence of our disciplinarity is even now quite not clear to us. There's perhaps what we need today is a transnational multidisciplinarism. Yes, I use this word multidisciplinarism. It is not only a tool for me, it is much more than that. We must have to rediscover the processes of dialogics between simultaneity and decenteredness. Because in this era of stress and strain, we sadly lack in insight. And therefore, if we propose ourselves to posit as interrogators, we must be able to historicize, contextualize, or you may say recontextualize, pluralize, by highlighting the contingent and provisional, tentative and shifting, always changing ingredients of our literary and cultural consciousness. And this is what philosophy means. Philosophy, to me, as a student of literature, as I understand some essence of philosophy through literature, is the possibilities of a new critique on the one hand, and on the other hand, to find out new paths of cultural semiotics on the other. And perhaps with this note, I would say goodbye to you for the present, and once again express my deep gratitude to you to be here in the midst of luminaries from around the globe. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bhattacharya, for enlightening us as well as talking about how transdisciplinarism can become one of the effective ways to look forward to. Thank you so much that you joined, you managed your time to join with us and enlightening us. Just to do me the favor of introducing you, which you would have done before. So, Professor Taput Bhattacharya is a renowned and award-winning literary theorist, critic, and exponent of the contemporary theory and comparative aesthetics. Along with it, he is an essayist, also poet, story writer, and the editor of a widely circulated literary magazines. He is dedicated human rights defender and at present works as the president of Citizen Right Protection Coordination Committee, CRPCC. This organization has been working against arbitrary deprivation of citizenship rights of the citizen and against continuous enforced statelessness of people in Assam for a long time. He is also an honorary member of the Barak Upottaka Bongo Sahitya Sanskriti Sammelan, that is Barak Valley Bengal Literary and Cultural Association, a prestigious body of literary and intellectuals of southern Assam. He is also the former Vice Chancellor of the Assam University, Silchar, and Tegar Professor of Delhi University. His father, late Mr. Tapendra Bhattacharya, was a freedom fighter and a member of the Assam Legislative Assembly for the Katighoda contingency. Both of his parents were teachers, and his wife, Mr. Shapna Bhattacharya, also a renowned and award-winning story writer. So, yeah, thank you so much, sir, for joining with us and enlightening us for this conference and giving the inaugural speech. Thank you so much.
I remain grateful to you, Dr. Doctor.
Gokul, you can go ahead with the vote of thanks.
Yeah. So to resume from like I would like to thank our editors, Dr. Tanmay Kunda, Dr. Pathsati, for always being the guiding light for us and always being encouraging in all our steps. And I would also thank the associate editor, who's my peer, Mr. Shubhankar Datta, for always helping hand in hand with us. And now it's time to thank our collaborators. We thank Professor Elizabeth Marino from the University of Rome, who is like collaborating for us for the second time. And we also thank Dr. Mahima Raj and Professor Basaraj from Central University of Karnataka for collaborating with us this time. And I would like to thank our academic editors and senior academic editors for their day and night work work behind the screen for this conferences. So I would like to thank the participants for your presence here today. So I once again welcome you all for the today international conference. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we are done. Okay. So we are done with our inaugural sessions, and thank you everyone for joining. We will go ahead with the same link for our next plenary talk, and Dipro will be the host for this next plenary talk. So Dipro, you can go ahead with it.
Thank you so much, everyone. So before I go to the next session, it's such a fanboy moment for me to see uh, Professor Tapodir Bhattacharya on this platform, and I have a series of books by him on my hand ready. They're all written in Bengali, and this is such a fanboy moment because there are very few writers in Bengali who have written on literary theory apart from Amol Bandyopadhyay. So I have collected all his books, and it's such a fanboy
Thank you.
for me. So you can see my expression. I'm just stammering and stuttering to see him on this platform. I thank you, Professor, my brother like Professor Tanmay Kundu for inviting him, and thank you, Professor Tapodir Bhattacharya, for joining us.
Welcome. Thank you.
So good morning from India, everyone. As the associate editor of our journal New Literaria and International Journal of Interdisciplinary Studies in Humanities, I welcome you all to the 5th International E-Conference on Bridging Realms, exploring intersections in humanities and social sciences, organized by New Literaria in collaboration with Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome, Tor Vergata, Italy, and Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, India. It's our immense pleasure and honor to have among us today Professor Albrecht Klassen. Professor Klassen was born near Bad Hersfeld in Germany and studied at the universities of Marburg, Erlangen, Millersville, Oxford, Salamanca, and Urbino. He received his PhD from the University of Virginia in 1986. He has a broad range of research interests covering the history of German literature from about 800 to 1600. His publications include currently 130 books and more than 800 articles, beginning with a study on Oswald von Olkenstein and his Italian sources, a post-structuralist interpretation of Wolfram von Eschenbach's Titurel, a comparative analysis of 15th century autobiographical European poetry, a monograph on German Volksbuch, a critical investigation of late medieval songbooks, and an extensive investigation of the communicative community as portrayed in Middle High German literature. Since then, he has published scores of new monographs and edited volumes, most recently on the forest in medieval German literature, 2015, Reading Medieval European Roman Writers, 2016, Water in Medieval Literature, 2018, Toleration and Tolerance in Medieval and Early Modern European Literature, 2018, The Relevance of the Humanities and in the 21st Century, 2020, Prostitution in Medieval and Early Modern Literature, 2021, Charlemagne in Medieval German and Dutch Literature, Tracing the Trails in the Medieval World, Wisdom from the European Middle Ages, The Secret in Medieval Literature, Globalism in the Middle Ages and the Early Modern Age, and Der Niederrheinisch Orientbericht. Please forgive my pronunciation, German pronunciation. A new book on court criticism and of evil kings in medieval literature appeared in 2024. Although a philologist and medievalist, he is also fascinated by modern and medieval literary theory and applies comparative and gender oriented interpretations. As a result of his passion for teaching, he has won a number of prestigious teaching awards. He has given well over 1,050 scholarly presentations all over the world and 400 lectures to libraries, cultural organizations, high schools, university classes, and social groups both all over Arizona and across the nation. In 2017, he received the rank of Grand Knight Commander of the Most Noble Order of the Three Lions. For further information, you can search him on his faculty profile on the University of Arizona website. Thank you for your presence, Professor Klassen. This virtual platform is all yours now.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you please confirm? Very
Perfectly.
good.
You're
Thank
perfectly
you.
audible.
This is an absolute pleasure, and I'm very happy and honored that I can introduce our first major speaker. But I would like first to use the opportunity to thank the organizers for this wonderful conference. I am much more optimistic about the future of the humanities and hence about the world than our previous speakers, because the very fact that we are together, I am in southern Arizona, you are in India, we have speakers from Italy and so forth. And yes, there are a lot of wars going on. There's a lot of hatred in this world. There's a lot of disagreement and miscommunication. But we are scholars of the humanities. And whether I do medieval and early modern literature, or we're doing East Asian literature, as we will hear in a moment, altogether, we have the same heart. We are the spokesperson of the future. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity once again to remind ourselves who we are, and that we should really think of ourselves as the core of the university, hence of the next generation. This is really sort of a manifesto of my own firm belief. Not that I want to dismiss maybe medicine or engineering. Of course, we need all those. But when it turns to human concerns, human communication, the love we have for each other, or hatred. Of course, that also is there, unfortunately. But we and the humanities are there to explore the human heart. I like to call literature simply the human laboratory. And so I'm very delighted that we can really talk today about that. And I'm very happy to be invited. I have been involved for a number of years already in our conferences. And so I would like to thank one more time the organizers and the journal and the institution itself. We have now the wonderful opportunity to listen to our first keynote lecture. And very briefly, I would like to introduce her. I got her abstract, but I did also a little bit more research to find out really what she has done. Now, Professor Nalini Iyer, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you very much. Received her PhD in English from Purdue University. She specializes in post-colonial literatures with a focus on South Asia, Africa, and the South Asian and African diaspora. And right away, I have a connection with you because I'm talking about many times diaspora, Jewish diaspora. We can think about German diaspora. We can think about many other diasporas, Turkish, Germans, and so forth. This is a universal topic. And even though I don't work much with Asian literature, Asian diaspora, we both are connected. That's really where the heart of the matter really rests. So thank you. I really love that. You teach all kinds of different courses on literature of India, African literature, writing resistance, women in non-Western cultures, Asian American literatures of resistance. And she has also taken on the role of editor of South Asian Review, a major journal published by the South Asian Literary Association, and she's the first female editor of the journal. Bravo! Yes, I love that. She is also the co-editor and editor of a number of volumes. So in 2009 appeared Other Tongues, Rethinking the Language Debate in India. Then followed in 2000, I believe, 16, if I'm not correct. Yeah, she co-edited the volume Revisiting India's past, what was that? Past something, I forgot. I did not write it down correctly, but new essays
Partition.
partition. Right, thank you, exactly. New essays on memory, cultures, and politics. So once again, I think we have something in common because nationhood, nationality is always reflected in literary documents. So in a way, we share here the fundamental concern that the literary expression can serve us well for social, anthropological, political, philosophical, religious, military, and economic issues, if you will. And you add maybe medical and so forth. So that's fantastic. And then came something really important. You are so modest in submitting your abstract, but your volume that came out then only recently, Teaching South Asian Anglophone Diasporic Literature. This is fantastic. It came out with the MLA, which is a major, major accomplishment. And so I'm very happy to listen to your talk. And I'm really excited because in my heart, I'm a total fan of Kamala Harris. And I'm so upset personally about these negative, racist comments by some of course, the Republican opponents. And so you will explore this. Your topic is called Racialization in South Asian American Writing. I think I'd just leave the floor to you now, and thank you so much for sharing your insights. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It is really an honor to be here. To be actually the first speaker at a major conference is a little unnerving. I have to thank Dr. Klassen for that lovely introduction. And I want to thank New Literaria and the different universities that are sponsoring this conference. And I want to especially extend my thanks to Dr. Tanmay Kundu, who invited me to present here today. So, as Dr. Klassen noted, my topic is racialization in South Asian American writing. And I have been interested in South Asian American, basically South Asian diasporic writing in America for quite some time. And about 10 years ago, I published a book based on oral histories, sort of a cultural history of South Asian immigration to the Pacific Northwest. That was largely based on narratives by South Asians living in this region. I live in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. And as a literary scholar, though, I'm interested in exploring how literary works. Tell us something about South Asians, right? So as Dr. Klassen noted, and we all know, the United States is in the midst of a very complex election season right now. And as Vice President Kamala Harris has secured the nomination of the Democratic Party, the conversation about her racial identity, some of it fueled by the bigoted remarks from the Republican candidate, have begun circulating in the public sphere. Public sphere discussions of race in the United States have a tendency to put people in boxes and to overemphasize phenotype. So VP Harris presents a challenge to many. She's biracial with a Jamaican father and a South Asian mother and is connected to both her parents' cultures. We know that her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, arrived in the United States as a 19-year-old student at UC Berkeley for graduate studies and had a very distinguished career as a scientist working in the area of cancer research. Dr. Gopalan's arrival in the US is remarkable for several reasons. One, the Tamil Brahmin community to which she belonged and which I belong to as well, did not favor education for their daughters in the 1950s and definitely weren't sending single women to study in the United States. It was a challenge even in 1986 when I came to the US to persuade the extended family members that it was okay to be a single woman going to America to study. Shyamala Gopalan's arrival in the United States happened when the US was using national origins quota system for immigration and allocated 100 people a year to come from the US from India. So her achievement is remarkable. In the 1950s, when Dr. Harris came to the US, the country had just emerged from Asian exclusion era, where Asian immigrants, starting with the Chinese in the 1880s and followed by the Japanese and Indians, often referred to as Hindus in those days, were severely restricted from the US, and if they did manage to enter, they were prevented from obtaining citizenship. Following the Youth Seller Act of 1952, citizenship was allowed for Asian Americans. However, there was a national origins quota which did not get abolished to the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, which opened the doors for large-scale migration from Asia, including South Asia, to the United States. In general, when people talk about Asian American history, the narrative begins with the late 19th century building of the railroads, the Transcontinental Railroad, and the migration of Chinese laborers to support Leland Stanford and his friends in their imperial dreams. Because of the large numbers of South Asian immigrants who arrived post-1965, many people see South Asian immigration as new, but it's not. What is less known is that Asian American history begins earlier than that, and in the colonial period, there is archival evidence of South Asians, especially sailors, sometimes referred to as Lascars, arriving in the 13 colonies, and many of them staying on. The purpose of my talk today is multifold. I want to explore the history of South Asians in this country, one. Two, I want to examine this history through the lens of literary works. My argument is that storytelling by novelists, memoirists, essayists, poets, and others fills in gaps in the historical archive in ways that offers us personalized observations, lived experiences, and imaginative reconstructions that center people and events often overlooked by official histories. I want to understand how South Asians have been racialized and how writers have responded to such racialization. Storytelling offers counter narratives to the stereotypes omissions, and oversights in narratives about South Asian Americans that circulate in the public sphere. So, my argument is that there are degrees of resistance in every act of writing in these literary works. These narratives can also be complicit in promoting problematic ideas such as the model minority notion, or of erasing caste identity among South Asians, or to present a largely Hindu, Indo-centric, or heteronormative worldview. Um, so, as I mentioned earlier, I wrote a book in 2013 called Roots and Reflections, South Asians in the Pacific Northwest. And since then, I've been gradually amassing research on South Asian American literary history as a way to understand racialization, citizenship, and belonging while writing fragments of a monograph. This talk draws from significantly on my research of the last decade. So let's look briefly at the history of South Asian migration. Scholars have concluded that the Indian presence in colonial United States was facilitated by the trade between India, Britain, and the US as part of a larger imperial trade network. Anupama Arora and Rajinder Kaur note that many Lascars, sailors from South and Southeast Asia, arrived in the colonies during the 17th century. Padma Kanakamedala writes, I quote, slaveholding interests in India and the Atlantic would also resulted in the creation of an early Indo-Caribbean population. Kidnapped from India and brought to the Caribbean, enslaved people of Indian descent were regularly transported between two strong British colonial holdings, Barbados and South Carolina. This explains in part the presence of advertisements for East Indian runaway slaves in South Carolina's colonial newspapers, unquote. Similarly, many natural-born children, that is, children born out of wedlock, of English traders and their Indian paramours, were brought to America, and George de Grasse, one such person, was granted citizenship in New York in 1804, at a time when people of African descent were denied that opportunity. While the archives present traces of such East Indian migrants, we know very little about their lives. This is where novelists come in. They provide us a rich tapestry of life stories rooted in historical research and enhanced by the imagination. One such recent novel, published in 2023, is called The East Indian by Brinda Chari. The novel is fascinating because it is rooted in colonial American history. Chari's East Indians draws from the historical records where the earliest mention of East Indians occurs in 1635 when a Virginia landowner, George Menefee, had an indentured worker on his property. Indentured workers from India likely arrived in the East India Company ships carrying on trade between North America and South Asia. From such archival traces and a haunting reference to an Indian boy in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, Chari, who has a PhD in Renaissance literature, creates a fictional narrative that tells us of the journey of Tony from southern India to Jamestown via London, his travails, his racial identity as neither black nor white, and his assimilation into colonial life in Virginia as a healer or physician. Tony's life begins in a small coastal town on the Coromandel coast, where his mother is a sex worker. One of her lovers is none other than Francis Day, who goes on to found the city of Madras, now Chennai, which becomes a major center for the East India Company trade and government. When his mother dies, Day urges Tony to go to England, and upon arrival, Tony discovers the hard-scrabble life of a proud brown boy in the streets of London. Tony is kidnapped and shipped to Virginia. On board the ship, he befriends some other British boys similarly captured and a woman named Mad Marge, and they all find themselves sold into indentured labor. The narrative describes the hard life of these young boys, their interactions with Native Americans and enslaved Africans, and the physical and sexual abuse they endure at the hands of their white masters. Tony is the only East Indian and tries to figure out where he belongs in the colonial world of Jamestown. At first, he wants to go back home, but realizes that's an impossible dream. As he begins to build a life in Virginia, he's drawn to learning about medicine, herbs, and potions that will enable him to heal the sick. He becomes a physician's apprentice and realizes that his Moorish identity, as it's thought of, makes him suspect for many of his potential clients. They fear his knowledge and are often convinced that he will harm them with his magic. Eventually, he marries an African-American woman, gets his freedom, and escapes to Maryland to establish a life. As with other East Indian migrants of the colonial times, his life blends into the African-American community, and the East Indians disappear from the historical record. Not only does this novel offer a compelling protagonist and a historically informed imagining of 17th century life in Virginia, It also gives us much insight into our own times, especially on the questions of racialization and belonging for South Asian immigrants who are neither brown, neither black nor white, and are in an in between space. As we see a resurgence of racism and the fight for racial equality, the relationships amongst communities of color, Black, Asian, Indigenous, are fraught in the United States. Tony's experiences and his reflections bring nuance and depth to the conversations on race in our time as well. The novel is populated by engaging characters, a well-paced plotline, and an excellent historical understanding, and it opens up new avenues of thinking about South Asian immigration to North America. After these early South Asians who came to colonial North America, we pick up the thread of the story of immigration with Vivek Bal, the historian, and his book Bengali Harlem and the Lost Histories of South Asia. Ball writes that the Bengali peddlers from what is today the Indian state of West Bengal and the nation of Bangladesh began arriving in the United States in the 1880s, bringing embroidered silks and other exotic goods that fed the American Orientalist craze for things Indian. They sold their goods up and down the East Coast cities and moved into African American working class communities and established their lives there. During World War I, many Indian maritime workers who labored under indentured conditions on British ships jumped ship and, using clandestine networks, escaped into the industrial belt where they worked in steel and munitions factories that were starved for workers. These folks were undocumented because the 1917 Immigration Act had criminalized and excluded Asian immigration. On the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, and California, the migration began in the 1890s when agricultural workers from Punjab, mostly Sikh and Muslim peoples who were nevertheless labeled Hindus, arrived in British Columbia to work on farms in the timber industry. Many moved south across the US-Canada border, and by 1907, there were several hundred Indian workers working in the timber mills of Bellingham, Washington, which is on the border with Canada, and they lived in company-owned barrack-style housing. Joan Jensen's History, A Passage from India, documents their story. She writes that Indian laborers in Bellingham worked for lower wages, $2 an hour, as opposed to $2.22 paid to white workers. On Labor Day in 1907, white workers rioted, demanding that Indian laborers be dismissed, and using a flimsy excuse of disrespect to white women watching the Labor Day parade, the white workers attacked the Indian workers in their homes, setting fire to the barracks and throwing people out and beating them. The Indians were rounded up for their own safety by the Bellingham police chief, put into county jail for protection, subject to a kangaroo court inquiry the next morning, and then deported from the city on the first train passing through. The Indian laborers experienced such violence up and down the West Coast as they moved from timber town to timber town, seeking work but encountering local rage. In 1913, they formed the Ghadar or Revolutionary Party in Astoria, Oregon, to fight British imperialism at home and racist immigration laws in the United States and Canada. Experiencing exclusion laws, alien land ownership laws, and anti-miscegenation laws, the South Asian immigrants eventually settled into the Sacramento area of California and in the Imperial Valley. Although South Asians were able to get citizenship starting 1946, the number of people allowed into the country because of barred zone or country-based restrictions on immigration remained small, so about 100 people from India each year. In this period of exclusion, South Asians were often referred to as Hindus, even though many were Sikh and Muslims, and the newspapers referred to them as the tide of turbans in a very derogatory way. They were characterized as undesirable migrants. Immigrants at this time on the West Coast were either agricultural laborers or students, and despite the class differences between the groups, they worked together to challenge imperialism globally. The passage of the 1965 Immigration Act moved away from race-based immigration quotas and barred zone policies to opening up the doors for immigrants based on skills. This opened the doors for immigrants from South Asia, usually scientists and doctors, to come to the United States for work and graduate education. The emphasis on family reunification from the 80s and the creation of the H-1B worker visas for temporary workers in the 1990s opened doors for more categories of South Asian workers. The 2010 census estimates that there were 3.4 million South Asians in the United States, with the majority coming from India. The 2013 American Community Survey notes that South Asians number 4.3 million. South Asian Americans leading together estimates that the number is about 5.4 million today, and Indian Americans make up 80% of this group. These numbers refer to those who are born in this, who are foreign born, not those who are of South Asian origin born in this country. So let's look at some of the writings from the pre-1945 period. There are many people who have been writing in this for time, but I'm going to focus on Dhan Gopal Mukherjee. Dhan Gopal Mukherjee wrote an autobiography called Caste and Outcast. Mukherjee was the first South Asian writer to win a major literary prize, the Newbery Medal, which is given to children's writing, and he won that in 1923 for his book Gay Neck, The Story of a Pigeon. He played a major role in translating and promulgating Indian culture and ideas in America. Caste and Outcast, his autobiography, is a significant work that traces the formation of a diasporic identity of belonging and unbelonging. The work is divided into two parts, in which the first section, Caste, explores the formation of his Indian identity, notably his identity rooted in the cultural and spiritual practices of Bengali Hindu Brahmins. The second section, Outcast, outlines his experience with alienation in America and the emergence of a double consciousness. Mukherjee's autobiography also outlines the development of immigrant agency and resistance to both American racism and Indian political organization in the United States. Mukherjee arrived in California via Japan and Seattle and made his way to UC Berkeley. Dreaming of an intellectual life and an exciting education, he spent all his money on tuition. In those days, you paid $15 to attend the University of California. His first week in San Francisco, he was hosted in the home of a Jewish friend he had met on the boat. After enrolling in the university, he goes out to seek work. And because he was raised a Brahmin man, he knew nothing about washing dishes, sweeping floors, or making beds, and those were the only kinds of jobs open to him. After several disastrous job experiences, he eventually works in a sorority house and learns from the kindly African-American cook how to do household chores, such as waiting tables or making beds. Mukherjee's initial days in the United States do not involve any encounters with other Indians. The kindness of other minority groups, Jews and African Americans in particular, shape his experience. He has no Indian community to lean on, finds himself negotiating dual class identities, he's a worker and a student, and discovers community in his encounters with other minorities. Through his student life, he meets anarchists and socialists who draw him into extensive debates and discussions, a world of ideas in which he thrives. The socialists, however, harbor distinctly Orientalist and racist views of India. About 2 years after his arrival in the United States, he notes that other Indian students had begun arriving in California. Many of these students were nationalists and revolutionaries. Mukherjee did not find a place among these revolutionary students, nor did he belong with the socialists. He aspired for spiritual freedom, something that would transcend material realities of racism, imperialism, and poverty. His diasporic double consciousness emerges here as he finds himself distanced from both Indian student immigrants and from working class Californians. His vision of two worlds, India and America, is caught in an essentialist binary. He thinks of India as spiritual and America as material and or falsely spiritual, and he has a very Orientalist understanding of this binary. For Mukherjee, the diasporic subject is caught between maddening and irreconcilable dichotomies of home and abroad, of East and West. This double consciousness led to so much depression that he eventually took his life. And despite his many successes, he never found much peace within himself. Mukherjee's recognition of caste shapes his racial identity, and that's very important to note that. He sees his upper caste heritage as distinguishing him from other minority groups and making him an elite intellectual. Keep in mind that in 1923, when Bhagat Singh Thind challenged US immigration laws that denied citizenships to Indians, he argued that he was of Aryan descent and therefore white and eligible for citizenship. The Supreme Court turned him down, noting that he was not white in the way the common person understood whiteness. So race and caste have always been intertwined in the US. Although post-1965, the language of meritocracy evolving from skills-based immigration replaces and erases questions of caste privilege, and a modern minority idea emerges. I want to talk briefly about Kartar Dhillon, a woman who lived in Oregon, a Punjabi woman, and she was the first among the first Indians born in the United States. And her father and her mother were early immigrants. They came in 1910, Ratan Kaur and Bakshish Singh Dhillon. And they were very active in the Gadar party. And she writes about what it was like, what everyday life was like in Oregon at this time. She began documenting her life towards the end of the 20th century. Having been born in 1915 and having spent her early years in agricultural communities made up mostly of male Punjabi immigrants, Dhillon's memoir fragments speak to the early immigrant experience from a female perspective. Whereas autobiographical pieces tend to be first-person narratives about the growth and evolution of the writer or narrator, Dhillon's memoir fragments are less about her as an individual and more about the community and family. In her narratives about her home life, Parrot's Beak, her biographical sketch of her beloved brother Bud Dhillon, and her narrative about her travels with her granddaughter Erica Surat Anderson to discover traces of Sikh life in Astoria, Oregon, she focuses on the community and the role that individuals in her family, her brother, her parents, played in the struggles of the early pioneers. Thus, we learn that her father, Bakshish Singh Dhillon, had been the only man fluent in English and Punjabi, and so had spent many evenings reading aloud from newspapers so his fellow agricultural workers could learn about India's independence struggle or socio-political issues in the US. She writes that her father's fellow workers were untutored young men, having come from tilling the soil of Punjab to tilling the soil of California or working in the lumber mills of Oregon. She writes that her father fought for workers' rights during the lumber strikes and was a liaison between Indian workers and the Hammond Lumber Mill Company. She juxtaposes her father's role in the community with her mother's role at home, and she notes that her mother worked hard to clothe, feed, and send the children to school. She places both her mother and her father's contributions on the same plane. She also documents how her mother's work supporting the community needs when she stepped into the role of a cook for the lumber workers when there was no one who could do that work. In Parrot's Beak, she writes of her complex and difficult relationship with her mother, who had been harsh and demanding, and notes that her mother was married at the age of 17 and had a very lonely life because she was the only woman in this immigrant community. And her isolation makes her kind of a harsh woman. But one thing her mother did do was that she prevented her husband from arranging her daughter's marriage at the age of 13, and thus liberated Kartar in many ways to find her own husband and eventually build her own life. Dhillon's writing is important in the South Asian American literary canon. Much of the scholarly production on South Asian American writing tends to focus on post-1965 literary works in an Anglophone writing, and Dhillon, having written both in English and Punjabi in her memoir fragments, is among the first voices to document immigrant life in the United States. Now I'm going to flip to 1965 and the changes then, and I'm going to focus my discussion of the impact of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 by talking about Jhampa Lahiri's short story, Third and Final Continent. The 1965 Immigration Act, and by the way, yesterday was marked the anniversary of the day that LBJ signed that act signed that act when it was passed. It was intended to bring scientists from the Soviet bloc to the US as part of the Cold War, and in recognition of the movement towards civil rights overall, the changes marked were of great significance because we moved away from racialized quotas into skills-based quotas. This opened up a huge wave of migration starting in the late 60s. In Jhampa Lahiri's short story, The Third and Final Continent, which is the last story in The Interpreter of Maladies, the narrator tells us he left India in 1964 for England, studied there at the London School of Economics, returned to India, married a woman of his mother's choice, and then boarded a flight to take up a job in the library at MIT in 1969. That date is important, 1969. He arrives in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and stays at a YMCA while looking for a boarding place for a few weeks until his wife receives her visa to join him. The story is careful about dates and details. 1969 is when the full import of the 1965 immigration law is being felt, and we hear the narrator got a sixth preference green card. When he sees an ad for a room, he calls and is told by the woman at the other end of the phone that she only rents to boys from Harvard or Tech. We hear in that the landlady's an elitism, and learn later from her daughter that she takes in international student boarders. Our narrator moves in and is told the rules of the home. However, one of the most important things the landlady tells him is that he should lock the door behind him. It's symbolic in nature, this locking of the door, in terms of privilege and access to America, to Ivy League education, etc. She then informs him that American astronauts have planted a flag on the moon and insists that he exclaim "splendid," which he finds disconcerting, but does so anyway. This ritual about the flag on the moon and "splendid" shapes his 6-week relationship with this landlady, who is very Victorian in her comport and values, and we learn she's 103 years old. She was born in 1866, before the passage of the Asian Exclusion Act. And so the story maps out a century's history in relation to migration through her. Once the narrator leaves her home, we hear of his wife's arrival and the couple beginning their married life. He takes Mala, his wife, to visit Mrs. Croft, the landlady, and she examines Mala from head to toe and declares her to be a lady. We learn that Mrs. Croft died soon after, and years later, as the narrator and his family drive to Cambridge, he makes it a point to tell his son about the house he first lived in as a boarder and the story of Mrs. Croft. The story maps out middle class and upper caste Indian aspirations and privilege. The son of a clerk goes abroad to study and eventually works at MIT and settles in Boston. The 1965 immigration law privileged skills-based immigration and impacted the middle classes in India. Although Mrs. Croft is open to having international students as boarders, she insists on American exceptionalism and emphasizes merit, Harvard or MIT, over race. She also insists on her boarders locking the door behind them and acting as gatekeepers. While the narrator's story is suffused with nostalgia, he underplays his discomfort with racism by framing the experience as quirky. His relationship with his wife, who is mostly a stranger to him and an exotic stranger in America with her saris and jewelry, is declared a lady by Mrs. Croft. When the narrator smiles at Mala, he writes, I quote, "I like to think of that moment in Mrs. Croft's parlor as the moment when the distance between Mala and me began to lessen," unquote. His self-worth and ability to form a family is tied to Mrs. Croft's approval. Similarly, later when he's in Cambridge, as brings his son to Harvard, he has to meander through his old neighborhood and repeat his story of origins. They have advanced in life, and their merit, their son in Harvard, continues. Unlike the Gatherites who critiqued American immigration, or Mukherjee and writers like him who were nostalgic for India, the narrator in Lahiri's story is interested in meritocratic assimilation into US society and seeks the endorsement and validation of an elderly American woman who has lived an entire century for his presence in the US. He and his family are the model minority, contributing diligently to the US, acknowledging American superiority and carefully accepting their place in society so they are not rejected. The namesake, in many ways, tracks this model minority mindset in Ashok and Ashima and the challenges that sense of racialization causes for Gogol and his sister. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to go into depth on the namesake, but I'm happy to talk about it during Q&A. I'd like to conclude here with the notion to reiterate that South Asian American literature maps the immigrant community's struggles with racialization in America and is also complicit in some of that racialization. But the storytelling, regardless, is more than documenting experiences. It's also about creating spaces in an archive. So with that, I am open to questions from the audience or whoever wants to ask questions.
Thank you very much. I did not know much about it, but I think this is a very important contribution to the humanities. And I have a kind of a comment which might imply a question, and then I would like to invite others as well, because in an odd way, I think I've heard this many times before. If you think about the Japanese American experience, Chinese American experience, and if you go further back, Polish American, German American, Italian American. Now, then I think further, since I'm originally from Germany, Bosnian Germans, Serbo Germans, and you have then countless other immigration groups. So what I think what you're addressing here in a powerful way is really a universal experience, and you face almost an archetypal conflict between the majority group that tries to fend off the immigrants, denies the new immigrants rights, and we face exactly the same stereotypes. I mean, you have kind of mentioned in your topic that you would talk about Kamala Harris. Well, you did not do that for political reasons, I'm sure, but I think the hatred and the bigotry, that's your word, raised against her, or against, let's say, immigrants in Italy who come from Algeria, and you name it. Okay, it is always a sort of a paradigm almost that the people who have to accept or face or confront the immigrants fall always back to stereotypes that try to put down the enemies. They regard them as enemies, and it's sort of a deeply seated fear, existential thread of all the newcomers. So in a way, it is really disheartening to hear this, because it doesn't seem to change. It's every new wave of immigrants faces then the same kind of criticism. And
Well, there's one distinction, however, which is that as each wave of European immigration, whiteness, people were able to assimilate. So the Irish were not liked until the Chinese and others started to come. Right?
Yes.
And so the Chinese Exclusion Act, or the Asian Exclusion Act of 1882, was the first immigration law in the United States that distinguished based on race, and started using immigration law to structure sort of a pseudo-scientific understanding of race.
Yes, absolutely.
And so with the South Asian community gets caught up in that, though numerically they're much smaller, but they're marked by turbans and the way they look and whatnot, and their religious practices, so they're immediately categorized as to be excluded. And we see a through line when 9/11 happens, and the violence against Sikhs. So anybody presumed to look Arab or Muslim or assumed to be Muslim lives in a state of fear and that precarity. And that continues even now. With the anti-Muslim sentiment in this country.
Absolutely. I mean, the first person who was killed right after 9/11 was a Sikh man in Mesa, outside of Phoenix. Just a poor man who just wore his turban, and this racism is just widespreading. It's horrible. I totally agree with you. Totally. So it's very powerful that you study this, and it's very interesting and significant that you bring out the voice of those people who just challenge the majority, the hegemon in a way, and force people to accept that there are really multicultural components which really enrich the entire world.
Thank you.
I think we totally agree on that. So thank you very much. Are there any questions in the public who would like to raise any concerns or comments? Anyone who would like to say anything about it?
I can see the chat box. So if you post anything on the chat box, I'd be able to respond to that.
Okay. I mean, everyone else has no excuse. For me, it's almost midnight. So
same here. I'm Seattle, Phoenix. Yeah, I know.
Just to share a personal experience, I live in Tucson, Arizona, and the railway was built by the Chinese workers. And then that was in the early 20th century. And then you had the Japanese Americans. My wife is Japanese American, by the way. And
my daughter-in-law is Japanese American too. So yeah.
Yes. And then, of course, came the executive order in 1942. And so you had massive amounts of Japanese Americans, about 120,000, who were shipped off into, well, I don't want to call them concentration camps.
They were incarcerated in those places like Manzanar and Tule Lake under horrendous conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's Arizona without air conditioning in the desert. Horrible. So,
Yeah.
Okay, Anam has raised a hand. Anam, please unmute yourself, and we are anxious to hear your question. Anam, can we hear from you? Well,
Anam, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Can you explain
Meanwhile, we can.
of the
Meanwhile, we can go with the chat box. There is a question in the chat box. Then
Can you explain the idea of the third space, placing it within this context? So that the idea of the third space, borrowing from Homi Bhabha's conceptualization of the third space, I think Bhabha uses that in many ways to talk about the condition of the immigrant, that you're neither here nor there, but you're sort of in between. And I think that the way I would use the third space in this particular, going back to the Kamala Harris example, is that when in the United States, in terms of when we talk about race in public, often it's black and white. And Asians and Latinos and South Asians occupy this ambivalent mid space. Now, the third space can be, in Bhabha's understanding, a space of resistance, and I'd like to think that at least in some cases it's a space of resistance. But it's a fairly big question. So, but thank you for the question.
Yeah, it's very important.
Anam, you can go ahead now. Unmute yourself.
Well, Nalini, can I ask you another question or comment?
Sure.
I find it a very curious situation. What you describe is, of course, a very challenging, tough situation. People trying desperately to find their identity, facing a lot of oppositions and even hostility. The odd thing about that, however, is that this very situation seems to lend itself very well for high quality literary reflections. I know this, for example, from a major contemporary German writer, Bosnian German writer, who has won lately several major book prizes because he was really and is writing about his experience, the cross-cultural, intercultural experience, the suffering. And that's exactly, I think, what the literary discourse invites us to think about.
Very much. And I think that's why we see an explosion of South Asian American writing right now. And, we haven't even touched on questions of women writers coming at this from the gendered perspective, and also the LGBTQ writers. And if you think about people like Suji Ganeshanandan and other Sri Lankan writers who are writing as refugees from the Civil War, who settled in North America, and that experience, we actually have a very rich body of South Asian writing. I see Anam's question went on the chat box. I want to ask, what will be the issues and threat new migrants are going to face from South Asia who are planning to move to America in search of new and better world of opportunities? So I would say that one of the biggest challenges South Asians face, and I live in Seattle, I'm surrounded by this. A lot of South Asian immigrants, particularly Indians, come here on an H-1B visa. There are a lot of people who are also coming in undocumented. So when we look at what is the what paperwork, if you come as a, sponsored as a citizen or by a citizen for a green card, your pathway is very different. But most people, and I live in, Microsoft land, a lot of people come here, they're on H-1B temporary worker visas. These visas were instituted in the 1990s, or rather they were revived in the 1990s, and 80% of the visas are going to Indian tech workers. The problem with that is that the pathway to citizenship for H-1B visa workers is really, really difficult. And there is a very long wait period. In fact, currently, the wait period for someone who arrives now and would eventually get to a green card might be 80 to 100 years.
Oh,
And among the challenges, people who are, most of the H-1B workers are men. So there are a lot of wives who come on the spousal visa, who are qualified, educated, unable to work unless, and after 2015, there have been some changes to the H-4 laws which allow the women to work if they have certain professional skills. But there are lots of people who live in the sort of in-between space where they have left India a long time ago. They are taxpayers, they have jobs, they buy homes, they raise children, but they don't have rights. They don't have permanent status. And the United States is unique in this. In most other countries, you work for a few years on a work visa, you have a pathway towards residency and citizenship. In the US, on H-1B, it's not. So that, I would say, is one of the biggest stumbling blocks, because you're caught between, talk about a horrible third space. That's one of those horrible third spaces. And so that I would say is one of the biggest sources of concern, because H-1B workers are also very precarious. And those who come to the United States as students, that was the pathway I took in '86. I came as a graduate student, found a job, and stayed on. If you're in a field like a STEM field, you're in basically in finance, or you're in engineering, the job opportunities are better if you're a student. But but again, then you will land yourself in a temporary work visa, and then you're looking for a path to citizenship. So this has become one of the biggest difficulties, where people, and increasingly, some of you may know this, getting interviews to, even if you have a student visa, getting interviews and being able to make it to the university before it starts, there are long lines, long queues. And I would argue that the United States has slowed down immigration in bureaucratic ways as a way of managing that's part of the way they're managing the protests and stuff about the number of immigrants that they face from the conservative side of the US population.
There's another question here in the chat box. Do you think questions of pseudo loyalty, patriotism towards nationalism interplay in the hatred toward immigrants?
The United States right now is split between extremely conservative right-wing viewpoints, represented by Donald Trump's branch of the Republican Party. It tells you something when a lot of the moderate Republicans are throwing in their support to the Democratic candidate because they fear what Donald Trump will bring if in a second term. But the person that is most scary, in my opinion, is his vice president candidate.
Yes.
J.D. Vance, who is 40 years old, who was incidentally, as many of you know, married to a daughter of Indian immigrants, and has done some of the most egregious racist things, including spreading rumors about Haitian immigrants in Ohio eating their pets and things like that, and he makes up stories. He's anti-immigrant while being also married to the daughter of immigrants. I don't understand this man's paradox, but so this idea of American is really become crystallized around whiteness, white American, and it's defined as anti-immigrant because the argument is immigrants are stealing our jobs, which has always been the argument. And so, that is one of the challenges.
And here Anam is now asking, and I also want to know, what are the future and future challenges of people who belong to LGBTQ community and don't have any space here in South Asian countries, so they move to the West, as having want to move there. Oh, I don't understand the question.
For a life of acceptance and dignity. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm happy to talk about LGBTQ issues. Yes, to some extent, leaving South Asia and coming to the United States offers breathing room for LGBTQ individuals to be more out, if you will. By the way, my daughter is queer. She's married to a Japanese American woman. So I will say, from the lived experience as the parent of a queer child, is that where you live in the United States matters if you are queer.
Oh yeah.
You cannot live in Texas and
No.
places like that. My daughter is a doctor, and she is studying. She's doing her residency, and she's very careful about where she applies because she lives in California. She's safe in California. She's safe in Seattle, but she will not go to a state like Texas, regardless of how good their medical schools might be, because it is not safe in
Yeah.
places like Texas. So we have to, and there are so many anti-trans bills being passed. It's difficult for transgender people to be recognized in many parts. And so, yes, the situation may feel a little bit better because there's at least greater conversations about gender and sexuality. And if you live in a city like Seattle or San Francisco, about 50% of my students identify in the LGBTQ spectrum. I have a lot of trans students, and so there is it's a different space. But I also realize that we live in a very liberal bubble. And I have my students who come to Seattle to study are also fleeing places that are not receptive to who they are. So no, I don't see the West as a haven. It may just be that it is, relative to where you live and you come. The advantage for many South Asians leaving families in India is that even coming out your own family, if you're a queer person, is very hard in the Indian context. So you can, at least when you leave, you can live a somewhat more free life elsewhere. But that's about as much as I would say. So I think it's a mixed bag.
There's another question, but I don't know how we're doing time-wise.
Yeah.
I think
Um,
this could be the last question for this
Okay.
session.
Do you
Okay.
think the concept of the subaltern becomes relevant or attached to South Asian migrants as they navigate the socio-political and cultural landscapes of America? I would say that the subaltern category, in my mind, among South Asians, not all South Asians are subaltern. I mean, how some of these people are running companies like Microsoft and are multimillionaires. Okay, it's not subaltern. But as I mentioned, there is actually a growth in undocumented migrants who are of South Asian origin in this country. And often when people talk about undocumented, that is people who cross the border without papers, undocumented migrants, right? That means that they don't have social security numbers, they can't get government benefits, they can't vote, they live in fear. Many of those folks who are here, either they are children of H-1B workers who were born in another country, they were covered by the parents' H-1 visa, and then they aged out at age 21. They are no longer covered by their parents' visa. They become undocumented. They can't go back. They're here. The other category is relatives and family members who come on tourist visas, sometimes elderly parents and so forth, who need to be cared for, and then they just outstay their tourist visa, their visitor visa, and they become undocumented workers, undocumented immigrants. And I think that's the subaltern class in terms of the South Asian community, because they don't talk about, they can't even reveal that they are undocumented. It's very dangerous for them to do so. So sociologists, ethnographers who are doing studies of immigrant communities have not been able to even estimate accurately how many undocumented South Asians there are, because to do that estimate, you require people to share that with you, and they are not going to do. So that, to me, is the true subaltern class within the South Asian community.
So, Nani, I think that's maybe our time, and we need to end right here. So, would like to, as the moderator of our session, thank you very much for a wonderful, stimulating talk, and particularly for the wonderful discussion we have had. I think.
And thank you so much for joining in from such an odd time and
Oh,
compromising
no.
the rest schedule. And thank you for sharing your time, support, and expertise in reaching the standard of our conference. And I also would like to thank all our participants for joining in and making this event a success.
Thank you, everybody, and Professor Klassen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good night or good morning. Bye. Good night from me.
Yeah. Same for me. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so as we move to our next session, good afternoon from India, everyone. As the Associate Editor of a journal, New Literaria, an international journal of interdisciplinary studies in humanities, I welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Bridging Realms, exploring intersections in humanities and social sciences, organized by New Literaria in collaboration with Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome Tor Vergata, Italy, and Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, India. It's our immense pleasure and honor to have among us today Professor Shashwati Haldar. Professor Haldar is an associate professor in the Department of English of Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. She is also the coordinator of the Center for Victorian Studies. Her research interests revolve around the 19th century British literature, literary ecology and culture, functional and communicative English. She is the editor of the Confidential Clerk, an international and interdisciplinary online journal of the Center for Victorian Studies, Jadavpur University. Thank you for your presence, Professor Haldar. This virtual platform is all yours now.
Thank you, Dipro. I wish to make a minor clarification, rather correction. The designation is not associate professor, but it's professor in the Department of English, Jadavpur University.
Sorry.
So, no, it's okay. Not a problem in that. Now, good afternoon, all the delegates present over here. And it's really a pleasure, an honor and privilege to introduce to you, Professor, our next invited speaker, Professor Smita Jha. And I would like to read out an illustrious CV of an equally illustrious academician. Dr. Smita Jha is currently working as Professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. She has completed her PhD and postgraduate diploma in teaching English from Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad. She has published more than 65 papers in refereed journals of literature like Routledge, Sage, and Oxford University Press. She has been shortlisted for Fulbright Nehru Fellowship in 2013, while she got fellowship from British Columbia in 2009. She has also been shortlisted for Advanced Studies Center, Shimla Fellowship in 2011. She received the prestigious Indo-Canadian Shastri Fellowship. She has 6 books to her credit, while 2 books are yet to be published. Recently, one of her books got published by Bloomsbury Publication, India. She has supervised more than 10 PhD candidates so far on various topics like Indian partition, British literature, forensic science, and criminology, diaspora, etc. She has supervised candidates of interdisciplinary and presently working on medical humanities. She has attended more than 50 international conferences and chaired the session in USA and Spain. She conducted Gyan MHRD in association with Texas University, USA. In 2017, it is her credentials so that she has organized 2-day international seminar in association with Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, and Ministry of Culture, New Delhi. Her research interest includes Indian writing in English, Commonwealth literature, diasporic literature, linguistics, and ELT, post-colonial writings, contemporary literary theories, and gender and cultural studies. She has organized a number of workshops and symposium on the topics like translation in post-colonial India, research methodology, sociolinguistics, diaspora, women novelist. Now, today, the title of her invited talk is Embracing Paradigm Shift, Navigating the Interdisciplinary Frontier in Humanities Research. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome on board Professor Smita Jha. Over to you, Professor Jha.
I think we have lost Professor Jha in the meeting. We'll just wait for a while so that she can join in and go ahead.
Sure.
We are so sorry to let you know that Professor Jha might not be able to join right now for some personal emergency. And due to that, we have to call up that particular session. If I can request a chairperson, Dr. Swati Haldar, if you can stay for the next session, we can have a collective sort of discussion if it is possible for you. We'll try to arrange that session maybe sometimes later today if Professor Jha is available, or maybe in the tomorrow we can include that session in our schedule. So unfortunately, we have to move forward for the next session. Professor Sashwati Haldar, ma'am, if you could be on the meeting, if it is possible for you for the next session, it would be great.
No, actually, I'm out of town right now. I'm at
Okay, okay.
Pondicherry University, right?
Oh,
So even I have to leave the meeting. I just joined for the session to chair the session. So it's okay, not a problem.
we're
If
so
the
sorry. We're
session
so
happens,
sorry. Yeah,
no, no, no. These issues, these are a part of any kind of big event.
yeah, yeah.
So not a problem. So if the session happens later on,
Yes,
do let me
yeah,
know
yeah.
then.
Please,
Okay.
please, please. We'll reach
Thank
out to you.
you
And thank you
and
so
all the
much,
best.
Deepro. If you can also give a formal vote of thanks to end this session, though
Yeah,
we
it's so
didn't
very
have the entire
unfortunate we
session.
could not listen to
Yeah,
your
yeah.
expertise, ma'am. So, and thank you so much for agreeing to assist us, and thank you so much for your time, support, and expertise in agreeing to enrich the quality of our conference. And I thank everyone for their patience, and I request everyone to be there till the next session starts.
Shindura, if you are there, we can formally start with the next session. Hello, hello, hello. হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বলুন। Shindura, are you there? Okay, Sindhura's audio is not working. Sindhura, you try joining in again, or maybe, yeah, just get out of the meeting and try joining. Asim sir, we'll start in a while. Just we'll figure it out.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So sorry for the good afternoon, sir, and so sorry for the inconvenience.
Absolutely fine. No. Uh, Dr. Upasana Singh, madam, can you hear me? Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar,
Nice,
sir.
nice to connect with you.
Same here, sir.
Thank you so much. I think we'll wait for a little bit of time till they start, right?
Just we'll do 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
The
Sure.
host is joining. If it doesn't work, then we'll go ahead with.
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hello, Shubhankar. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You are. Go ahead quickly.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Uh, I would like, uh, uh, 1 minute, please. Sorry. Yes, am I visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sorry, sir. I would like to welcome Professor Asim Ranjan Pari. He is a professor and head Department of English at Utkal University, Orissa. He was formerly the Dean, Faculty of Languages, Professor and Head of Department of English at Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Arunachal Pradesh. Author of a book, Indian English Through Newspapers, Pari has published a number of research papers in journals like Translation Studies, CIIL, Indian Literature Sahitya Academy, Journal of English and Foreign Languages, and Foreign Languages, Studies in Humanities and Social Sciences, IIAS, International Journal of Multidisciplinary Thought, Journal of Media and Communication Studies. He is an author of Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla. Pari pursues an interest in ELT, translation studies, and children literature. Recently, he has published an anthology of poems titled Of Sons and Fathers from uh, Paksigara Bhuvaneshwar that has got rave reviews. His forthcoming publication include an edited anthology on Gopinath Mohanty and tales from Sarala Mahabharat in prose from Sahitya Academy, New Delhi. So we welcome you to the conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, dear scholar, for introducing me with such words. I'm so happy. I thank the entire conference team, all the organizers to have uh, make me be a part of this kind of a conference. Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you, everyone, and I welcome Dr. Upasana Singh, um, and I would like to uh, really express my pleasure of coming to know about such a topic. I mean, it's really fascinating. The title is really extremely enlightening, it seems, because we have been talking about poetic justice in our classroom when we, take care of Elizabethan drama or Greek drama, and how it has been transformed over the years, how even modern criticism of Shakespeare doesn't agree with Bradley and Elsie Knight's claims on poetic justice. So how there is a understanding of Christianity and how new critics have tried to almost counter that, and how Shakespeare is seen as also a kind of as a site of absurd play, or what the existentialists later on would uh, continue with. So this title really is extremely fascinating. I would be really very happy that to listen to this, and our participants would really be enlightened by such a topic. Since we are running behind the schedule, I would request Dr. Upasana to somehow take care of his time. I know because there must be other sessions, so we can have
Sure,
a
sir.
discussion towards the end. So, Dr. Upasana, please, thank you, and please start your talk. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar to one and all. Uh, my topic is narratives of transformation, poetic justice's representation from Renaissance stage to digital platforms in shaping societal morality and ethics. The study of justice, both its execution and submersion, has long been a cornerstone of literature and cinema, serving as a mirror to societal values and ethical frameworks. So, in classical literature, particularly in the works of William Shakespeare, the concept of poetic justice is a prevalent theme where virtue is rewarded and vice is punished, so thereby restoring moral order. However, contemporary cinema has increasingly embraced narratives of reverse justice. So, where traditional moral codes are subverted and the line between right and wrong becomes blurred, this shift raises significant questions about the impact these narratives have on younger audiences, especially Generation Z, whose worldview is being shaped by these stories. The present paper explores the evolving narratives of justice in literature and cinema and their psychological impact on Generation Z through the lens of traditional poetic justice in Shakespearean dramas such as Hamlet, King Lear, and The Tempest, where moral order is ultimately restored and wrongdoers face their just consequences. The discussion highlights the humanities' role in reinforcing ethical ideals and social norms. In contrast, the paper examines the shift towards reverse justice in contemporary films like Joker from Hollywood movie, Gangs of Wasseypur Bollywood movie, and the recent release of The Batman in 2022. Again, Hollywood movie. These films often depict worlds where moral degradations leads to success and justice is subverted or delayed, challenging the audience's perception of morality and fairness. The Batman offers a gritty, morally ambiguous narrative where the line between heroism and vigilantism is blessed, reflecting moral societal complexities. The paper is going to analyze how these contrasting depiction of justice shape the mindset of Generation Z, potentially fostering cynicism and moral ambiguity. By integrating perspectives from both humanities and social sciences, the discussion will explore how these themes are disseminated and amplified in digital spaces. Influencing young audiences, the interdisciplinary study aims to underscore the critical role of storytelling in shaping ethical frameworks and its significant impact on moral compass of future generations. The paper seeks to bridge gap between the timeless narratives of justice in classical literature and the evolving depiction in contemporary cinema. By examining these themes through the dual lenses of humanities and social sciences, the paper will provide valuable insights in ongoing dialogue between tradition and modernity and its profound impact on the mindset of the next generation. So, when we talk about poetic justice, it is an old age literary device where virtue is rewarded and vice is punished. So often in a fitting and ironic way. So, this research paper traces the transformation of poetic justice from Shakespearean drama. I have taken three examples of from Hamlet, King Lear, and Tempest, and to today's world, digital world. All right. So the notion of poetic justice has been central to storytelling, serving as a way to restore moral balance in the narrative universe. William Shakespeare, writing during the late 16th and early 17th centuries, often used this device to reinforce the moral order of his plays. However, the portrayal of justice has undergone significant changes in contemporary cinema. Modern films, influenced by digital technology and shifting cultural values, depict justice not as an external divine force but as an internal, deeply personal struggle. So, in Shakespeare's play, poetic justice often serves as the ultimate resolution to the character section, intertwined with fate and moral consequences. For example, in Hamlet, the protagonist's quest for revenge is driven by moral imperative, even as it leads to his own tragic downfall. However, contemporary films like Joker and Gangs of Wasseypur depict justice as more elusive, often highlighting the failures of societal institutions rather than moral resolution. So, this shift is especially resonant for Generation Z, who are more familiar with digital storytelling and complex, ambiguous narratives. So, this paper will explore these shifts, analyzing how justice is portrayed across time and as well media. So, when we take the example from Hamlet, in Hamlet, justice is both personal as well as political. The play revolves around Hamlet's need to avenge his father's murder by Claudius, a usurper. Hamlet's famous soliloquy, to be or not to be, from Act 3, Scene 1, highlights his existential struggle as he contemplates the morality of revenge. I quote, "Thus, the conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is cleared over the pale cast of thought." Unquote. Hamlet's inner turmoil reflects the play's concern with justice, not as a straightforward act of retribution, but as something fraught with doubt and consequence. By the play's end, Claudius is killed, fulfilling Hamlet's desire for revenge. However, the cost of this justice is complete destruction of the royal family, including Hamlet himself. So, the tragic outcome suggests that justice, while ultimately served, comes at a tremendous personal cost. In a modern context, this complexity would resonate with Generation Z's disillusionment with the simplicity of binary morality, as they often see justice through a lens of systematic failure and personal sacrifice. So, in King Lear, Shakespeare presents a grim vision of justice. Lear's misjudgment in dividing his kingdom between his daughters, Goneril and Regan, while disowning the royal Cordelia, sets the stage for his downfall. One of the key dialogues expressing the play's view of justice comes from the fool in Act 3, Scene 2. I quote, "This is a brave night to cool a courtesan. I'll speak a prophecy where I go. When priests are more in word than matter, when brewers mar their malt with water, when nobles are their tailors' tutors." Unquote. The fool's words hint at the breakdown of moral order in the kingdom, as even the natural order of society is disrupted. Justice is ultimately served when Goneril and Regan meet their tragic ends, but Lear himself dies, overwhelmed by grief and madness. So, as literary critic A.C. Bradley noted, King Lear presents I quote, waste of tragedy, unquote, where justice is rendered, but at such a high cost that it becomes hollow. For Generation Z, the grim fatalism of King Lear speaks to their awareness of system failures, political, environmental, and social, that often seem insurmountable. So, the Tempest offers a more redemptive form of justice. Prospero, the rightful Duke of Milan, is wronged by his brother Antonio, but ultimately uses his magic for a reunion and restore his position. In Act 5, Scene 1, Prospero speaks to the theme of forgiveness. I quote, the rare action is in virtue than in vengeance. I unquote. This line highlights the transformative nature of justice. In The Tempest, where Prospero's choice to forgive rather than seek revenge offers a more hopeful vision of human nature. In a world increasingly dominated by stories of vengeance and violence, Prospero's mercy provides a counterpoint, appealing to those seeking reconciliation rather than retribution. However, modern critics such as Stephen Greenwald have argued that The Tempest also deals with politics of power, colonization, manipulation, complicating its portrayal of justice. All right, and when we talk about poetic justice in contemporary cinema, so, in contrast with Shakespearean justice, which often restores moral order, contemporary cinema presents a world where justice is far more chaotic and ambiguous. These films reflect the complexities of a globalized, media driven society where traditional structures of morality and law often fail to deliver. For example, the movie Joker that was released in 2019, directed by Todd Phillips, presents a dystopian vision of justice, where society's failures create a villain in Arthur Fleck. As Fleck transforms into Joker, the film critiques the systematic injustices of society, poverty, mental illness, and violence. In one of film's very important scenes, Arthur confronts Murray Franklin during a live broadcast in Act 3, Scene 5. I quote, what do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like a trash? I'll tell you what you get. You get what you deserve. Unquote. Here, Arthur asserts his own form of justice, one rooted in violence and chaos, but also in the failure of society to protect its vulnerable. The justice in Joker is anarchic and morally disturbing, as it offers no clear resolution or moral lesson. Arthur's rise as a symbol of anti heroism resonates with Generation Z's disenchantment with systematic justice and their embrace of anti heroes who reflect the moral ambivalence of contemporary society. The Batman that was released in 2022. So Matt Reeves, the Batman, explores the tension between justice and vengeance in a corrupt Gotham. Bruce Batman is a vigilante who struggles with the moral implications of his actions. The Riddler's plan to expose Gotham's corruption mirrors Bruce's desire for justice, but with far more destructive consequences. In a conversation with Selina Kyle, Catwoman, Batman reflects on his mission. I quote, Selina, you know deep down you are just like me. You do not care about people. It's all about revenge. Batman, I am vengeance. Unquote. The line I am vengeance captures Batman's internal conflict. He is both a hero and a force of retribution. This film's portrayal of justice is deeply cynical, emphasizing the blurred lines between heroism and vigilantism. For Generation Z, accustomed to narratives that question the legitimacy of authority, Batman's struggle reflects their own skepticism towards traditional justice system. In Gangs of Wasseypur, Kashyap presents a sprawling narrative of revenge and generational conflict. The film's characters dispense their own forms of justice through violence, creating a cycle of retribution that spans decades. Faisal Khan, one of the central figures in this saga, embodies the ruthless pursuit of justice, delivering the film's iconic line, uh, I quote, "Baap ka, dada ka, bhai ka, sabka badla lega re tera Faisal," unquote. This declaration of vengeance reflects the personal nature of justice and Gangs of Wasseypur, where the state is absent and the power is seized through violence. For Generation Z, the film's brutal depiction of justice speaks to the world where formal systems often fail and individuals are left to enforce their own moral codes. So, Generation G's engagement with these narratives reflects their broader disillusionment with traditional structures of justice, raised in the world where information is instant, accessible, and this generation has witnessed systematic failures, political corruptions, economic inequality, environmental collapse that undermine faith in the institutional justice. All right. So, Generation Z is drawn to anti heroes and morally ambiguous characters like Arthur Fleck and Faisal Khan. All right. So, these characters reflect the complexities of the real world where justice is not always served and traditional moral frameworks often fail. For Generation Z, these narratives resonate with their own experiences of disillusionment with societal structure, of course. The rise of streaming platforms and digital media has led to fragmented storytelling where justice is often delivered in short, intense bursts. Generation Z, accustomed to rapid consumption of media, engages with justice narratives in ways that prioritize emotional impact over traditional moral resolutions. The moral complexity of modern narratives aligns with their desire for stories that reflect the uncertainties of their world. So, in Shakespeare's plays, justice is often tragic, but ultimately serves to restore balance. In contrast, modern films like Joker, Gangs of Wasseypur present justice as more cynical, elusive concept where the moral universe is fractured and resolution is rare. So, the cultural context of Shakespeare's time emphasized the moral order of the universe, where justice, though delayed, was inevitable. In today's digital society, justice is more subjective, reflecting a world where traditional institutions often fail to provide moral clarity. So, the transformation of poetic justice from Shakespeare's stage to modern digital cinema highlights significant cultural and societal shifts. While Shakespeare offered a vision of justice intertwined with fate and moral certainty, contemporary films reflect a world where justice is deeply personal, fragmented, and often elusive. All right, so for Generation Z, these modern narratives resonate with their own experiences of societal disillusionment and complexities of digital interconnected world. The evolution of poetic justice in storytelling mirrors the broader changes in how poetic justice is perceived and experienced in today's society. Thank you.
Madam, thank you. Thank you so much, madam, for your very compact talk. And thank you so much for uh, understanding the constraints of the time. But the whole argument has been very clearly focused. And I would say that the way you talked about this particular digital mode and all, it also reminds of the uh, teleseries nowadays where justice and or vengeance are taken in a different way. The
Yes.
earlier ancient metaphysical or moral world, as you spoke about, or the transcendental idea of justice, has no meaning for the younger or generation, or
Younger
what you
generation.
can say.
Asim sir, you
I'm
there?
so
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I'm there.
Yeah.
So that is what I wanted to say, but I won't take much time to moderate it. Rather, if you have any questions, one or two questions we can take because we have to stick to the time. Dear participants, if there is any question, you can just pose before Dr. Singh.
You can post your questions in the chat box or can raise your
Yes,
hand. I will unmute you. Yes.
yes.
Ranveet Kaur. Just a
I
second.
think, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Ranveet, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Upasana ma'am, for enlightening lecture. I because I also research in cinema, so I'm particularly interested in um, your references that you have made with respect to Joker and other films. If you know, there was another version of Batman which was directed by Christopher Nolan, 2008, Dark Knight. So if you look at this particular film, you'll see that he has presented both the views. He has kept Batman and Joker in opposition to each other, and not only this particular film, but in other films of his also, he has been trying to actually address this issue of heroes and anti-heroes and villains. And there is a return, I would say, to the idea of this demarcation between hero, who is actual hero and who is villain, where when these villains, whether it's Insomnia, whether it's Dark Knight, whether many of his other films, where these villains they try to confront these heroes and tell them that, see, you are like me. And these heroes confront them, and they make a very clear demarcation that, no, we don't give a shit who you are. You are villain and we are heroes, in a way. So there's a clear demarcation, even though the heroes are complex, and they have gray areas in them. But some of his films actually make a clear demarcation between sick and maniacs in society, and sociopaths, who are not to be even who are not even worth talking about. And they don't need to be given that kind of attention. They there may be actual victims, but there are also sociopaths, who need to be differentiated. And which is important for today's generation, as you were pointing out, that sometimes today's generation get very fascinated with noir and dark characters. But I think Nolan's films make a clear distinction between this. And particularly when he presents his Joker in Dark Knight, this distinction comes very very stark. So do you have anything to say about that? Because there are different kinds of films. I don't think there's only one kind of discourse which is coming in contemporary films. Yeah.
So you are already stating that you are
Yes,
talking
yes,
about the Batman that was released in 2008, and I am
Right.
talking about the latest release of the Batman. And this is what through my paper I just wanted to show that how the poetic justice, the concept of poetic justice transformed, and there is very the line is blurred between hero and anti-hero. All right, so I have not taken the examples of those movies, but yes, for generation Z, especially this paper that focus on the impact on the new generation, that they are exposed to widespread spread distrust in government institutions, and this portrayal of morally ambiguous justice so resonates deeply. So that's why I have taken the examples of these movies, the movies that became famous, and nowadays people are following.
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
fine, fine. I think there is a message in the message box regarding poetic justice in cinematic forms.
Upashana ma'am, can you read the question or should I read out for you? Chat box. I'm not sure.
Basically, there is a question which asks about cinematic representation of poetic justice today.
I think we lost Upashana ma'am's connection.
I'm sorry, every time I just try, I just find myself out of this. You know, can anyone read for me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yes, you
sir.
are audible,
Please.
sir.
So, there is a question at last I found that is basically asking a little bit about elaboration on poetic justice in cinematic forms. I think you already explained that, but you can elaborate in a brief.
See, poetic justice that we begin with, that was the old school method that virtue is rewarded and vice is always punished. That we have taken it from the example of from Shakespearean dramas. All right, but nowadays poetic justice is subverted. It is just opposite of it. All right, and it is rather more instead of calling it with people had developed their own personal moral codes, and they started working on it. For example, I had taken the movie from Gangs of Wasseypur, example of Faisal, that he, so people or the characters and the new generation, they are getting impact on that, they are developing their own moral codes, and the way they are interpreting it, that is entirely different or reversed kind of poetic justice.
Fine,
I
absolutely
hope.
fine.
There was another one who raised the hand with the unknown. Like there was no name being mentioned. If you want to unmute yourself, please go ahead.
Hello, good
Yeah, you
morning.
can. You are audible. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning from Northern Europe. Thank you. I came in late. I'm one of the presenters, but one of the things that really stuck out about your presentation was your passion and enthusiasm for the subject matter. And it was lovely to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. So,
I
Tanmay,
guess
yeah. Oh, there is
There
another
was
question.
one question. Maybe if we can take the last one. And, yeah.
yeah.
Should I read it out, ma'am?
Yes, please,
Yeah,
please
yeah,
for
please.
me.
Yeah. So Prachi have asked that with what you said with the respect to the Joker and Batman, don't you think the idea of vigilante justice comes out of the disillusionment of the general public with regard to the society today? And so they are reflective of a frustration rather than a question of morality.
this is what I talked about it. No, that is that the poetic justice, when we are focused on the justice, so it focused on the personal reward or personal moral codes that we have developed to ourselves due to various factors that are involved. Yes, political factors are there, environmental factors, societal pressure or factors that are involved. So see, the due to cultural shift, my that I focus on how this shift from or transformed from Shakespearean drama to nowadays. All right, to highlight the shift of poetic justice. See, in Shakespeare's, he often balances justice with tragedy, allowing catharsis. But here, nowadays, as society changes from Shakespearean era to today's digital society, so the portrayal of justice is also changed. All right. So, in Shakespeare, justice is seen as universal and moral. In modern films, it is more subjective and personal. So this is what I just wanted to point out.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is okay. There is one more question, I guess. Asim sir, can we go ahead with the last one? Ibu
Yeah.
Pasana is also okay.
Oh, sure, of course. I
Yes,
think
yes,
you
please.
can read the
First
question.
of all, it's Suman Rathor who, first of all, congratulated. Wonderful paper, ma'am. Wanted to
Thank
know
you.
if the portrayal of poetic justice in the contemporary times reflect a decline in societal values and moral standards.
Yes, this is what I already talked about in my paper. That there is, of course, there is a decline, and that's why I call it as the reverse mode of poetic justice. All right. So nowadays, virtue is not rewarded.
I guess that's it. There is no more question. Yeah. So, Shindura, yeah. You're muted, Sindhura.
Yeah. I hope I'm audible right now. So it was a
Yes, yes.
wonderful session. I would like to thank Professor Ashima Ranjan Pari, Utkal University, and our speaker, Dr. Upasana Singh, Kurukshetra University. We had a
Thank you
wonderful
so much.
session, this one. And thank you for being with us and our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sindhura, and
Thank you
thank
Thank
so
you.
much.
you, and
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
especially
much.
Thank you.
Upasana
Thank you so
Madam
much.
and Tanmay. Thank you so much. It was wonderful
Thank
to be
you.
here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shampuna, if you are there, we will go ahead with our next session. And Shampuna Chaudhary, who is also part of New Literaria, editor of the New Literaria, she will host the next session. We will start in.
Yes, sir. I hope I'm audible and visible as well.
Yes, you are audible and visible as well. Just wait for 1 minute. We'll just waiting for
Okay.
Francis sir to join in. Neha ma'am already joined in, so we'll start.
Okay.
till the time Professor Francis join in. Tomorrow also at 10 o'clock we have two consecutive parallel, not parallel, plenary talk. At 10 o'clock we will start. So request all the people who have joined today also to join tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the plenary talk.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Yes.
I'm in the seminar already. This is Francis.
So sorry, just a second. Okay. Yeah, so Francis sir is already there. So Sampurna, we can go ahead. Sir is here.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Sorry,
I'm
sir, for
just
not noticing actually. Extremely sorry. And hello, everyone. So we welcome you all to the session. Um, so I'm going to introduce the chairperson for the session, who will introduce our speaker, that is Dr. Francis Joy. Uh, the chairperson of this session is Dr. Neha Arora, who is an assistant professor in the Department of English, Central University of Rajasthan of Ajmer. Her areas of interest are Dalit literature, comparative literature, Indian writings, disability studies, and literature from the margins. She has authored the book Dalit Literature Today and has co-edited 4 books: Major Voices in New Literatures in English, Plays of Dattani, Themes, Techniques and Issues, Understanding Marginality, Cultural and Literary Perspective, and Humanities in Crisis. She has also contributed several research papers in reputed journals and books, and has delivered many invited talks and conference presentations. I welcome Dr. Neha Arora. Ma'am, please do proceed with the session.
Thank you, Sampurna, for introducing me. And thanks also to Dr. Tanmoy and the New Literaria Journal for giving me this opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are here. Please.
Thank you, Shankar. So, living in the times of this interdisciplinary and intersections, we cannot think of living in our comfort zones and in our cocoon. So the dividing lines, they are blurring away, and we do see the overlapping of the disciplines, ideas, etc. So I congratulate at the very outset. I want to congratulate the entire team of New Literaria for coming up with this very relevant theme for the conference, bridging the realms. It's very interesting. And before without wasting much time, I would like to introduce our speaker of the day. And when we are talking about interdisciplinary intersections, and when I got to read Dr. Francis' abstract, it actually I got very much interested because it opens up a very innovative theme. He'll be talking on a very innovative theme, pareidolia. And I mean, I'm very, very interested, very much interested and curious to know much on this theme. So I feel privileged to invite Dr. Francis Joy. And let me just give a brief intro to Professor Joy. Uh, Dr. Francis Joy is a PhD graduate from the University of Lapland, Faculty of Art and Design, and currently works on a postdoctoral researcher and member of the Arctic Anthropology Research Team at the University of Lapland Arctic Center, Finland. So currently, Francis is a project leader in the Gifts from the Sentient Forest project, which is a 2-year project funded by the Cone Foundation Finland, which supports research into forest intelligence. His other research fields and research areas of interest are a comprehensive study of the pre-Christian religion of the Sami, who are Europe's indigenous people living across 4 continents of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula, northwest Russia. So I welcome Dr. Joy, and I'm really very much interested when I was reading these things. I mean, words like forest intelligence and, all these things caught my attention. So over to you, Dr. Joy, and I'm looking forward to learn certain new things from you. Over to you, Dr. Joy. Sir, may I? I'm not able to hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Sajay. Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now maybe
Now.
You can
can
hear
you
me
speak
now?
something? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It's perfect.
I take these headset away. Yeah, good morning to everybody, and thank you, Neha, for the warm introduction. My name is Dr. Francis Joy, and I'm here in Rovaniemi in the Arctic Circle in Finland. And I'm happy and grateful to be here as one of the presenters of the conference today. What I'd like to do is ask if I could share my screen, if that's possible, because I have a
Yeah. Just go ahead with it.
Yeah.
PowerPoint presentation.
Shubhankar, if you could help.
Yes. You just go to the share button down and.
I just sent to Tanmoy my presentation, so I don't know whether or not he can put it up.
You have mailed it, or like do you have it open in your laptop right now?
I do have it open, yes.
Then you can just go down to the arrow button down there and present now. It will show. You can see it.
Okay. Let's see.
There is an arrow button down.
There is an upward arrow button.
Yeah.
Bring the cursor to that arrow. It would say present now.
Yeah. Okay. I have it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Can you see that fine?
Not yet. Ah.
Yeah, it's
no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's on there. Yeah.
So could you please put it on slideshow so that we can just see one slide at a time?
For sure. Is that better?
Not really. Shubhankar?
No, we can't see the full screen yet. Maybe you can zoom out, like if you are not doing the slideshow, then I'll zoom. Okay, so.
You can. Yeah.
The zoom, exactly. Yeah, that.
Can you see it okay?
It's not doing slideshow yet.
I have it here on full screen at my end.
Okay. It's the.
Shubhankar, I think Francis
the
has
Google Meet
mailed.
issue is there. This is a typical issue with the Google. Maybe probably you just stop the slideshow, and you can just zoom in a button so that we can see it. Just right to that button. There is the zoom button. Yeah, the 58 right now. Yes.
Oh, Shubhankar, Francis has mailed the PPT to Tanmoy. If it can be.
Sure.
It's such an interesting presentation. We would like to.
Yeah.
The audience would like to see all the slides. Na? That's why.
Yes, of course.
Okay, let me just check. Professor, could you just send the slideshow to Tanmay sir right now, if it is possible, quickly, or
yes, I sent it, Doctor, about about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, let me check.
Hopefully he's got it. I'm hoping.
He is not picking up the phone, and we're actually running a bit tight on time. Maybe you can just go ahead with Neha, maybe that's all right.
So I am fine, but if you can just one last try, if Francis can do, Shubhankar.
Maybe you can just send it to me. I'm just putting my email ID in the chat box.
That would be
quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Dr. Joy, if you could just mail it to Shubhankar, yes, put his mail ID in the chat box.
Yes, okay. I'm just copy and pasting it now.
Yeah.
And then I will go make an email. So if I would have known it to send it earlier, I would have done. But I thought maybe just the screen
That's all
share
right.
would have been
No
fine.
issues.
But you never know. we never know
Yeah,
how
sometimes
technology
this
is going to
Google
work
Meet
out.
thing
So
create an issue.
yeah, no worries. Okay. Okay.
Shubhankar, have you received?
Not yet.
And just it's on its way now.
Okay.
Okay. It says it's not deliverable.
Okay.
Not deliverable.
So maybe we can go ahead with this.
Just a second. I might have put the wrong email. Just a second. Just one letter missing. Sorry, sir. Yeah, now I have posted the right one here.
Okay, you missed out on R, I think.
Yeah, I missed one.
Okay.
Francis, yeah.
I'm trying again now. Just give me a moment. So
Have you sent it, Dr. Jack?
it's on its way. It's on. I've just sent it now. So
Just one last try, and else we can directly. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Got it.
So, Dr. Joy, you can stop sharing the slide, and Shubhankar can do on your behalf.
okay, fine. So
Yeah, I'm just opening it. Okay.
So the title of my presentation today is Encountering Pareidolia as a Gateway to Developing Forest
Professor
Sentience,
Joy,
and
I'm
that way.
scared it is asking me for your email ID details. I guess you have directly shared the link to I guess Google site or something like that. So I guess we should go
It's
ahead
okay.
with
It's
the
okay. We can go ahead
yeah
like this only.
yeah
So
I guess
if we can
yeah
just
yeah
if we can just increase the zoom in his slides, that would work. Else, that's okay.
So
It's okay, sir. Yeah. A bit more. We
is
can
that a
make it.
little bit better?
Yeah.
this works.
That's better.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience.
It's okay, sir.
Okay. So the title of my presentation today is Encountering Pareidolia as a Way to Developing Forest Sentience. That word sentience could also be connected with intelligence, different forms of intelligence. And if we take an overview of the presentation, so I want to begin by delineating northern Finland for beginners, whereabouts it is. Pareidolia, the topic itself, which is more than a psychological phenomena. Expressions of pareidolia, examples also in wood, water and stone. And then some concluding remarks, pareidolic forms as biocultural expressions. And then our gifts for this sentient forest human tree relations. So just to give again another little brief outline, in the centre there we've got pareidolia as a gateway to developing forest sentience, and that takes place through a study of faces and forms which are created naturally on trees, and then also pareidolia within snow and ice forms which we have in abundance here, because the winter in the northern part of Finland where I am lasts for about 7 months. And then also the critical approaches to the seasons, endemic seasonality, which means that they happen every single year, but they are also in a flux of change because of the climate situation. And then also to introduce you to pareidolia as the perception of meaningful patterns and images. So to give some idea of whereabouts I'm in the area where you can see Rovaniemi, which is the smaller circle in the larger circle at the top there. You can see I'm right on the Arctic Circle borderline there, between Sweden, Norway and Russia. And then the other area of study is slightly lower down, a place called Oulu, which is in northern Ostrobothnia. It's a city, a large city on the coast of the Baltic Sea line. So a little bit about trees, forests and pareidolia. Because of the ongoing destruction of ancient forests, woodland areas and trees in urban areas around the Arctic in northern Finland, dysregulation of seasons, particularly the colder ones, have become apparent in the past decade. New responses are being sought to explicate the interdependency between humanity and nature as a consequence. So drawing attention to forest sentience might have a significant impact on reducing these practices and help reevaluate biocultural heritage and its importance for sustaining the 8 seasons in the Arctic. So part of our approach is to investigate. I'm working also together with my colleague, Professor John Ryan from the US, who's also coming to Finland 2 or 3 times a year, where we're undertaking research into this topic. And so part of our role is enhancing environmental awareness and intelligence through a study of trees, snow and ice, and in what ways pareidolia connects with local traditions, beliefs and practices. And to give you some idea of the kind of landscape, this is close to a place where I was living. This is a logging yard, which looks really quite empty to how it has been earlier with a enormous capacity. It's the edge of a railway yard where trains come in daily, filled with logs, and then wagons which come in daily 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing in timber which is used for a multitude of purposes. So just to give a little bit of background information about the subject matter of pareidolia, which may be quite new to most people, is that psychologist Roy Brand gives the following description of pareidolia. He goes on to say that in the past, pareidolia was perceived as a sign of psychosis, but today it is commonly seen as a normal and universal human phenomenon. It is particularly evident in how children think, or in the worldview of primitive tribes who attribute a will and a consciousness to everything: gods, humans, animals, the dead, plants, the weather, and often inanimate objects are all seen as having an appetite or will, a viewpoint and cognitive abilities. All have a soul. So the visual image is but an extension, a capturing of the ways in which the world opens up to human experience. And if we have a look at the scholarship, the previous scholarship from here in Finland on different concepts of pareidolia, we can see that Nieminen and colleagues who are scholars of theology, biology and biomedicine from the University of Eastern Finland say that pareidolia is a special case of anthropomorphism, where a person perceives human faces in patterns that are not actual pictures or faces. And then by contrast, we've got Reiki et al., who examined how paranormal and religious believers are more prone to illusory face perceptions than skeptics and non-believers. But is this true? It can thus be expected that illusory face recognition is more typical for paranormal believers than for skeptics. Illusory face detection can be considered, in a liberal sense, as a form of anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphism, in a strict sense, denotes the belief that non-human phenomena have unique human properties, such as a sense of humour. However, nowadays, the concept is often used more liberally in connection with attributes that may apply to animals as well. For example, the belief that God is an intentional agent, or without assumption or a genuine belief. And I want to say also that this field, pareidolia, is a field that's been studied right across many academic disciplines, but these are some of the scholarly ones from the local scholarship here. So what's also important to mention, to give some sense of the environment, is that pareidolia here in the north, we have 8 different seasons. And so through analysis of earlier research, including studies from Finland, I've not been able to find research which brings into focus observations of pareidolia throughout the 8 seasons in Lapland. Therefore, what I feel I've discovered is something unique to the area in terms of changing biocultural heritage and using pareidolia as a gateway to developing forest sentience. For instance, snow, ice, frost, freezing temperatures. There is also a thawing period now between colder periods in the Arctic because of climate change, which can shift and recreate forms in snow, ice, and on trees. Other cycles which can help shape, form, and shift pareidolia are sunlight, leaves, lichen, developing on trees, rain, and moonlight. And then there are angles of observation from different inclines which can open up the imagination and thus creativity and thinking. Pareidolia, which is formed in the winter months, is seasonal and temporary, but has a particular richness to it in terms of naturally made phenomena caused by the weather, snowfall, ice, thawing, freezing. And then pareidolia noticeable on bare trees during the spring, which may not be evident when a tree is laden with leaves, thus meaning that pareidolia is only evident in the spring and autumn. It can also be the case that on some trees, pareidolia can be only visible in the summer when a tree has its leaves. Same with plants. In the Arctic region, of course, there are many evergreen trees, which can mean certain types of pareidolia may be visible all year round. To come to some examples which I invite you to experience through your senses, I will present these below. Just to give a little bit more of an outline beforehand of these different seasonal, 8 seasonal changes, we've got Pakastalve, which is the frosty winter which takes place between January and February. Then we've got Hankikanto, which is the spring of crusted snow or snowdrift spring, that's in March to April. And then we have Jaiden La Tokeva, which is the ice breakup or ice running spring around May time. And then Keski Ulon Oringon Aikout, which means light green summer or nightless night, where the sun doesn't set between June and July. And then we have Sadon Kor Yun Naika, which is the harvest time in August. And then Ruska, which is what we're experiencing now, where we have these tremendous colours here. And then Mustalumi, which is the first snow between October and November. And then the Yolu Kamos, which is Christmas or Polar night during December. And coming to the material of the study, I'd like to present this image of it's what looks like a face, a gnarled face that's formed on burls that are evident on a grey alder tree. You can see there's one eye closed here. There's one eye that looks to be open here. This is a nose. This is a mouth. And then we have the chin area here. It looks kind of like a wise old person in some way. And then to show how birch trees, which are quite well known for pareidolia, have been used in an artistic exhibition, we can see here that faces have been imprinted into them. There's at least 4 or 5 images here. Some of them are the indigenous people, but you can there clearly see how they blend in really quite well. These are young birch trees, what we call mountain birch trees, that grow in abundance here. And then if we take a slight detour to the southwest of the country, I wanted to show these because they're 2 of Finland's most renowned pareidolic forms or anthropomorphic forms. On the left side, we have the Astavan Salmi prehistoric rock painting. The rock paintings are around 7,000 years old. And then on the right, we have the Velankoski rock art landscape, where you can see there what looks like the head, facial features of a bear. In the Astavan Salmi rock painting, you can see the eyes, the nose and the mouth of this figure's head. It's a large stone head, which is naturally formed. The eyes look to be closed. And then if we come back again to the tree forms, we've got again this other one, which is, some people may see it as a kind of a witch. We've got this natural formation of a bulging eye, a curved or hooked nose, and then a mouth, and then this chin that features here. And although it's not really evident, there's like what looks like a hand image, and above the head is another hand, a second hand. Here we've got the base of a spruce tree, which has taken on kind of reptilian sort of features in the root base. There you can see one looks like a leg that is bent. And then again we've got these are on the same species of trees. This is the one I showed slightly earlier. If we go to the time of winter and we have a look at the impacts of snow and ice on the treescapes, we can see we have here what looks like a crescent moon with 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, which appears to be open. This is on a pile, a snow drift. This has been created by the wind and snow. And then here on this linden tree, we have what looks like quite a Nordic mask, actually, with 2 eyes, a nose and then a mouth and a chin here, which is clearly evident. And then this form here on the right, which looks a little bit like an angelfish. If we could see it in a broader context, I've had to shorten it because to get the slide in, but you can see there that the eye is closed. There's clearly a mouth and the outline of a face, and then what looks like a fin, which is not really evident, but it is there. And then coming to ice, specifically ice, one of the very interesting ways that pareidolia is made, we can see here this character which looks like it has 3 horns. Whoops. There's 2 eyes that are clearly evident, one there, a leaf or some debris that's formed a mouth, and then we've got the shape of the head here, which runs right a ways round. Here to the top right, we've got this what looks like an elf figure or a gnome with 2 eyes, a mouth which is there, and then what looks like a hat that goes down the back here, the back area, which is quite commonplace with elves. And then we have the pointed face here against the linden tree. And then this face that was created by compressed layers of snow mixed with black carbon from the cars at the side of the road when it was broken up by a machine and piled. This face became evident and stood out. And you can see that it's formed really quite naturally. So those are some examples. So just to say that pareidolia, speak a little bit about pareidolia as sources used for creative development. So questions concerning pareidolia emerge at this point as to what people's thoughts are on these phenomena. Is it fact or merely fiction? What kinds of experiences have people had with forms as such, and what emerged during engagement or afterwards in terms of perceptions, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and communications? I photographed over 200 of these forms, and they beckon for a deeper understanding of relationships within nature in the Arctic, because as imaginaries, they inform us about the need for us to rethink our relationship with natural landscapes and the environment. These impressions of pareidolia inform us of a way that nature communicates to us. From the collection of the photographic data, I've put together different kinds of visualization exercises where participants are exposed to different pareidolic forms and then guided into a meditation as a method for helping to open up creativity, both mentally and emotionally, as a way of engaging with other than human agencies within different environments. And this study is ongoing. Next year, we will do much more research into this particular topic, but at the moment, this is our basis, it's our foundation. So to give a few concluding remarks, so the evidence brought together in this short presentation is indicative of the need for a much broader understanding of and research into pareidolia as a gateway to creative development. Associations between different types of pareidolia present us with an opportunity to furthermore investigate this particular field of research. Being able to feel what we feel when faces and forms are encountered in different settings can help to achieve a broader comprehension of some of the different layers within nature by expanding on new ways of being creative and transforming emotions in a meaningful way that likewise helps with developing both observation, sensory awareness, as well as environmental intelligence and creativity. And as we present further evidence of different forms of forest sentience, there is an urgent need to consider the long-term implications of deforestation and loss of trees and woodlands in urban spaces, and in what ways this is bringing illness and suffering in particular to the human and animal kingdoms, because it continues to go unabated and it is at significant risk of droughts and subsequent forest fires. And with regard to our project that we've from the Gifts from the Sentient Forest project, one of the things that I've been teaching is our participants, who were 14 together, is how to communicate with trees using hand and bodily, utilizing the hands and bodily sensations and feelings. And this is an example of communicating with a pine tree in order to find the tree's energy field, and then striking up different forms of communication with the tree using sensory awareness. Another just brief presentation of another way of communication with the plant and tree kingdoms is through using natural pigments. We have here Satu, who's one of our most esteemed participants, boiling lingonberry leaves, which have been collected from the forest as a way to extract ink from them, which is then used in different artistic ways in order to bring together a form of communication, how the plant essence can communicate through ink. And then for anybody that's interested, this is our website, Gifts from the Sentient Forest project. You can see there's a website address for anybody who would be furthermore interested in what we're doing, including there's a publication that I've written, an extensive publication on pareidolia, if anybody would like to find out more information about it. And on behalf of myself, Coney Foundation, the University of Lapland, I would like to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. It was quite an innovative talk, and the way, we all, we all may have, come across these things like seeing figures or faces in trees and even clouds, but At least I wasn't aware of that there is a dedicated study, uh, and researchers are doing these things. So congratulations for this, very, very innovative and very adding something new and contributing to the existing corpus. Thank you, sir. So yeah, so as you can see in the chat box, so people are congratulating you. So now I open the session for Q&A. Participants are requested to put in their questions either in the chat box, or they can raise their hands to us and unmute themselves. Anyone?
Yeah, if I could just add a few things, Neha.
Yeah.
We really welcome international cooperation and study between East and West in this particular area, because it's something that we all need to rediscover those earlier people. The indigenous people here
The
have known
indigenous.
about this. Yeah, they've known about this phenomena for thousands of years. Whether or not they've called it pareidolia, this is quite a new term.
Yeah.
They've probably had in their own language terms that they've used for these naturally formed faces. And as you can see, that the significance of the one with the rock paintings is very important, because it clearly shows that they've recognized this as a holy place. It's considered one of the local gods. 7,000 years ago, and the fact that they've made rock paintings there emphasizes to us a form of communication with these stone figures. So I'm pretty sure we can find there's similar things in India and further afield in Asia. So if anybody would like to, write to us and let us know, it would be great to do something together, maybe an international seminar, or so we can raise this topic much more to try and do something to support the forests and the natural environments.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. And participants, this is such a wonderful platform that you'll be getting, because in India also we have several indigenous population, and they all, like as we said, that it is time to cross the barriers and bridging the realms. So it is necessary that within India also we need to excavate all these things and also form a kind of a bridge between Eastern and Western and the indigenous population, and how we can study them together. I mean, why to, as I said, that why to exist in cocoon in isolation? Let's form the bridges and connect to each other. I think, Dr. Joy, there are a few questions.
Yeah, there are two people have raised hand.
Yeah.
If I can go ahead with Nisha
Yeah,
Khan,
please.
you have raised your hand. You can unmute yourself and go ahead with the question. Nisha, you there?
Himal Pandey has also
All
raised
right.
hand.
Yeah, we can go ahead with Himal then first. If Nisha is not here. Himal, please go ahead.
Namaste, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful talk of yours. And I do agree with that. I belong from Chhattisgarh, which is a tribal state. And here there are so many, like every time a season changes, there is harvest, there is a dance dedicated to the land, dedicated to trees, dedicated to the paddy crops. And then they proceed and cut those crops forward, and then we get our food. So it's very interconnected. And also, like in India, we pray to the five elements, panch tattva. That is also very connecting. So I was able to relate with your presentation, and I was like, yes, we do that. We do pray to forest, trees. You go in the forest of Chhattisgarh, you will find trees are actually like surrounded, protected, because they are like a deity of the forest. They are considered like that. So yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Himal.
Thank you,
And
Himal.
I want you to say, if I can, just one of the things that we're trying to do is revitalize these traditions because of Christianity. What's happened, it's not just here; it's been all over the world. But because of what's happened with Christianity concerning colonialism and the churches forcing people to abandon their traditional ways. So what we're trying to do is this is like a process of revitalization of spiritual traditions, beliefs, and practices. I know it sounds amazing that some of this has survived where you are. And the Sami people who are here, they're in this huge process at the moment of revitalising their old ways, the ways that they've, a lot's been lost because there's a big gap between them, the present day populations, and their distant ancestors. But nevertheless, they're using what's available as a way to step into this revitalisation process. And it would be wonderful for us to try and illustrate and expand on that so that we can do something on behalf of the forests.
Yeah, especially when in the present times we are talking about ecological genocide. All these things, like revitalization and preservation, all these things become very important because we are not just preserving the forests, we are eventually preserving the cultures, and that is very, very important.
Yeah.
So
Neha ma'am, actually
yeah.
we're running quite
Okay, okay, okay.
tight on the time, so we may have
Okay,
all this session off here.
okay,
If
okay.
there is questions, we can mail it to Professor Dr. Joy. We will mail it to you if there are any questions later on which come up. Shampuna, we can go ahead with the vote of thanks maybe quickly.
Yeah.
So sorry for the.
No, no, it's okay.
Thank you very
Uh,
much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Francis Joy, for such an enriching session. We really enjoyed such a thoughtful process that you explained to us. And thank you, Dr. Neha Arora, ma'am, for chairing the session. And thank you, all the participants, for patiently hearing and for letting us have a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sampurna, and thank you to our speakers and chairperson. We'll quickly move, and we're again apologizing to our speakers and the audience and everyone for being late. Mitali, if you are there, we can just go ahead with the next session quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so quickly just go ahead with the
I'll just
session.
begin, sir. I just spoke to Professor Nath, so he's joining in a minute.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yes, he has joined already. I'm just making a post. Yes. Uh,
Sure, sure.
yeah,
I'll begin now.
he's here. Devashish sir is
Good
here.
afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, yes, you are.
So before I begin, we sincerely apologize for the delay in today's sessions due to unforeseen circumstances, and we deeply appreciate your patience. So I'm Natali Bhattacharya from the New Literaria team, and I warmly welcome you all to today's fourth plenary session of the fifth International E-Conference on Bridging Realms, Exploring Intersections in Humanities and Social Sciences, organized by New Literaria, International Journal of Interdisciplinary Studies in Humanities, in collaboration with the Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome, Italy, and the Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, India. This session will be chaired by Professor Devoshi Prasad Nath. Before Professor Nath begins, I would like to take a moment to introduce him to our esteemed participants. So, Professor Nath, research publications span a diverse range of topics with a central focus on communication across cultures. He has edited 5 books, translated 2, and authored 1. His scholarly work has been featured in renowned journals such as Economic and Political Weekly, Comparative Literature and Culture, Critical Arts, South, North, Cultural and Media Studies, Quarterly Review of Film and Video, and Ethnicities. He also coordinated the EPG Pathshala online course on comparative literature and culture as part of a broader comparative literature program. His translations are prescribed in reputed universities in India. Professor Nath was awarded the Asian India Network of Universities Faculty Exchange Program in 2023, where he served as a visiting professor at the University of Jambi, Indonesia. Earlier in 2009, he was recipient of the Shastri Canadian Studies Faculty Enrichment Fellowship, which enabled him to conduct research at the University of Toronto. Beyond his academic publications, Professor Nath is deeply involved in the documentation, preservation, and archiving of rare cultural resources in India. He recently spearheaded the establishment of 2 museums within his department and played a key role in revitalizing traditional folk tunes of indigenous communities. This project, done in collaboration with UNICEF, used these tunes to promote literacy and hygiene among adolescents. His recent works include the co-edited book Reflections of Dance Along the Brahmaputra, celebrating dance in Northeast India by Routledge, and the forthcoming jointly edited volume Food Cultures of India by Manohar Publication. It is indeed an honor, sir, to have you with us today. The virtual platform is over to you now.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Shall we begin? Can we begin?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
So let me first take this opportunity to convey my best wishes and my sincere, heartfelt thanks to the entire team of New Literaria, uh, in collaboration I mean, which has been working in collaboration with the Department of History, I believe, of the University of Rome, and the Department of English of the Central University of Karnataka. And in particular, I wish to thank Dr. Tanmay Kundu and his entire team, because they have contributed to expanding the network of academics and researchers of humanities and social sciences in India, and they have ensured that they have got the best of speakers. This is their 5th year running, and I hope they will continue with their efforts. So more power to you, Tanmay, and your team. Um, Professor David Higgins, of course, needs no introduction for students of the humanities. But since this is a ritual that we have to follow, let me share some bit of information about him. Professor Higgins is attached to environmental humanities, I mean, department at the University of Leeds, and he has published widely on British Romanticism and more recently, literature and environmental crisis. He is both a researcher and a practitioner of nature writing and works with cultural organizations to develop impactful research. His most recent book is the co-authored Landlines, A History of Modern British Nature Writing, 1789 to 2020. Julia collaborative project, Just an interdisciplinary approach to cultural climate models. This paper that he will be presenting today will introduce the European funded project Just Futures, an interdisciplinary approach to cultural climate models. This project brings together literary studies, linguistics, science and technology studies, and literature pedagogy to analyze how texts move beyond or move between seemingly neutral climate facts uh, and normative social values. It understands the cultural modeling of climate change as an important complement to dominant scientific climate models. His talk today will reflect on how the project integrates methods from the humanities and social sciences and the consequent challenges and opportunities of such an approach. I believe there'll be a lot to learn from Professor Higgins today, particularly for us in India, when we've just about started to work on these kind of intersectional areas. So welcome, Professor Higgins, and please make your presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. That's a very kind introduction. Thank you. And thanks also, of course, to Tanmoy and the whole organisational team for this conference. Thanks to all of you for coming, and I really enjoyed Dr. Joy's talk just now as well. I'm conscious that time is pressing, so I mean I can calibrate the talk if that's helpful and make it a bit shorter than I'd intended. It's not a problem. So if it's helpful for me.
I believe you can go ahead, Professor Higgins, with whatever, because
okay.
I believe all the students have been eagerly waiting for this, and
okay.
Let them, yeah.
Right. So with some trepidation, I'm going to try and share my screen. Let me see what's going to happen. So here we go. Now, how is that looking to everyone? I can't see any chat, so if somebody could tell me if you can see the slides, that would be helpful.
Yes.
That's great. Okay, brilliant. Thanks. If at any time the slides slip out of view or you can't hear me, just tell me orally, so I know if there's a problem. But otherwise, I'll proceed as if everything's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so this talk is about a project that brings together humanities and social sciences approaches. So it's clearly relevant to the topic of this conference. You can see the title of the project there. We're not quite halfway through the project yet, and it's proven quite complicated to set up. So we're not kind of at the findings and conclusions point yet. So it's all kind of quite sort of tentative and exploratory. And as you can see, it's funded by there's a sort of tripartite funding arrangement there, and we're very grateful to our funders, of course. These slides did look a bit fancier, but I had to strip out all the formatting for various reasons, so they're quite bare bones. But hopefully the information's there. So it's quite a big team. There's a team in Austria, a team in Germany, and a team in the UK. And I'm co-PI of the project, so I co-lead the project with Julia Hoyders, who was in Klagenfurt, has actually just moved to Graz in Austria. But it's very much a kind of collaborative effort, and we all work together, and all voices are kind of equally heard in the project, I like to think, and that's really important. So this is the original kind of summary of what the project was trying to do from the funding application in 2022. So as we just heard, it brings together literary studies, linguistics, science and technology studies, STS, and literature pedagogy. And what we're interested in is how different kinds of texts present ideas about climate change, particularly climate futures, but often as a way of kind of presenting a sort of desirable or undesirable feature. So they'll draw on scientific modelling and scientific projections, but use them for particular purposes. And as you can see, we're looking at different kinds of texts across 3 different work packages. So dramas and essays, social media, and then fiction and pedagogical texts. And I'll say more about the work packages as we go. And those are the 2 key aims, which haven't changed, I think. The summary's probably changed a little bit, but the objectives haven't. So we're interested in the cultural modelling of climate futures, and we're trying to take an interdisciplinary approach. So one of the things that we're going to do towards the end of the project is all of us on the team are going to collaborate on a kind of methods article as a way of kind of bringing together the project and hopefully making its findings applicable and of benefit to researchers from different fields. So what are cultural climate models? It's not, the idea of a cultural model isn't particularly well known. There is some kind of theory around it, which I won't get into now.
So Higgins, if I may just come in, your slides are not moving.
Oh, okay. Right.
You tried it again. Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, so something to do with the slideshow. How's that? Have you got the what's a cultural climate model slide?
Yeah, cultural climate models. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What I might have to do is I might have to do it from...
You have to keep doing it. Yeah, you have to keep moving, I guess, to the next slide.
Okay, yeah. Can you... If I'm doing it on the not on the slideshow now. Can you see I'm moving between slides? Is that working?
Yeah, that's working fine.
Okay, I might have to do it from this then if the slideshow is not working. Sorry about that. So anyway, those are the other slides. So the slides of the team, and then the summary and the objectives. So cultural modelling, there's quite a lot of theory around it, but effectively, we're interested in how, if you think about a model as a simplified representation of reality, we're very familiar with the idea of climate models, where people put huge numbers of variables into supercomputers and come out with various projections using various scenarios. But we're interested in how texts of different kinds can also be models, offering simplified representations of reality and often used for a particular purpose. But what's interesting about cultural models for us is that they involve questions of value, which are often elided by scientific discourse on climate change. And as we've developed the project, we've become particularly interested in what we call three modes: foresight, agitation, and fiction. And I'll come on to those now. I'll go into the slideshow briefly so you can see it, and then I'll come out again to change. So this is taken from an article by Davison and Kemp from last year. The article isn't about climate modelling. It's about different ways of framing climate change in terms of the future, but we're using it for our own purposes. So they talk about foresight. So these are kind of projections of the future. They talk about agitation, which is kind of political discourse or political representation around climate, trying to create action. And they talk about fiction, which is kind of modes of sort of, you might most obviously in kind of a sci-fi novel, which is about exploring potential climate futures, exploring potential scenarios. They emphasize that these approaches are complementary, and that's something we've kind of taken on. So just to kind of drill down a bit into what we're taking these key terms to be for the project, we're interested in foresight. So how texts describe or predict climate futures. So often with reference to scientific models. So a lot of the texts I'm interested in, personal essays and climate fiction, they draw on technical models, technical projections, but then they do things with them. So agitation. So this is a kind of writing focused on galvanizing climate action. Again, it might draw on scientific models, but it's then saying, well, because we're likely to get this temperature rise by whenever 2050, we need to do Y. So it's normative. It's moving from an account of a likely scenario to saying that therefore we should do something. And then fictions. So these are kind of more reflective, explorative texts that often emphasize multiple perspectives, the limits of our knowledge, and uncertainty, because the reality is there's lots of uncertainty, even with the most rigorous scientific modeling and scientific projections. There's a very high range of uncertainty. Nobody really knows how things are going to play out. If anyone does say that they know exactly how things are going to play out, they're probably a charlatan. So why cultural climate models? There is literature on representations of climate change. There's stuff on climate imaginaries. So why do we use the term model specifically? Well, there are several reasons for that. One is kind of, if you like, sort of tactical. So it's a way of bringing humanities and social science approaches to bear on the natural science dominated field of climate modeling. And there's no criticism of that field in this, that's not my purpose. The work that climate modelers do is really important, but clearly it has its limitations, and sometimes it's given a kind of authority over every other kind of perspective, which I think is troubling. Our approach ties in with recent work on the limitations of scientific models. We bring things like contingency, ethics, care, and individual experience to bear on discussions of climate modelling. And I think this is quite important from a climate communications perspective, that often people are turned off by very abstract kind of projections about the future. It's not necessarily meaningful to them. I mean, to say that there's going to be a mean global temperature rise of X by year Y, that doesn't really tell you anything about what will happen at a local level and certainly at an individual level. So we're interested in how different kinds of text can bring individual experience to bear on these sort of bigger global projections. And it allows us to integrate analysis ranging from quantitative projections and the scientific projections to the most speculative of fictions. I'm not going to go on about this. there is a lot of critical scholarly work on the limitations of scientific climate modelling. And again, this isn't a criticism, and it's not to say that this modelling is invalid. It's very important work, but clearly it's one kind of epistemology. It's one way of kind of perceiving the world, and it's not the only way. There's a very large literature on this. So this is David Stainforth, who is a climate modeller and a mathematician, and he makes the straightforward point that a model is not reality. It's always going to be limited. And so the projections it produces, while they might give us some guidance, they shouldn't be confused with reality. There's been some interesting work on cultural biases, giving them kind of exclusive authority. And I suppose it ties in with what we were talking about just now around indigenous perspectives and the way in which a techno-scientific perspective, kind of a top-down perspective, can kind of elide everything else and become kind of exclusionary and exclusive. And of course, it ties in with global north versus global south, the way in which climate modelling has been, not exclusively, but dominated by the global north perspective, similar with the IPCC reports. And there's things that scientific climate modelling doesn't do because it's not meant to do. It doesn't it can't deal with kind of emotion, vulnerability, uncertainty, or it can deal with mathematical uncertainty, but not the kind of existential uncertainty we might all feel. One way in which we're kind of focusing our approach to modelling, just making sure, can you all see the modelling and justice slide? Is that okay?
That's okay. Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, great. I forgot to come out, so I hope these other slides were visible, but never mind. So the modelling and justice topic. So if modelling is our kind of method and our focus, I suppose justice is our kind of thematic approach. So Stephen Gardner's book, which is still very good, I think, looks at climate change as a kind of ethical tragedy. It creates all kinds of quite complex ethical conundrums due to do with power asymmetries between states, nations, but also between generations. Scientific climate modelling is been criticised for having various ethical blind spots and biases, and so we're interested in how different kind of cultural climate models might be able to engage with justice in a way that just isn't possible for techno-scientific models, because that's not what they're for. Excuse me. And just to give you one kind of case study, I suppose, of where I think issues of kind of climate imaginaries, modelling and justice come up. This is this image, which I find very troubling. So as we'll come on to, one of the work packages for the project, which I'm not directly involved in, work package 2, looks a lot about social media and particular kind of text image combinations on social media, and also kind of the way in which the same memes keep coming up. This is a very commonly repeated image, or meme if you like, in different versions, but it's used as a way of talking about climate futures and presenting the sorts of control supposedly that humanity has over what kind of future we end up in. I think it's a very problematic kind of simplification. It's a sort of bad model, if you like. And I can see a couple of, several reasons for that. One is it's entirely dichotomous. So you either have apocalypse or a kind of paradise. So it's a kind of religious, perhaps a kind of Christian way of thinking about things. Whereas the reality, of course, of climate change and other environmental changes, it's much more messy and sort of localized, and it's not kind of going to be perfect or terrible everywhere all the time. So that dichotomy, I think, is really problematic. There's also the kind of assumption of agency. It suggests that humanity, and I note the kind of whiteness of the hand there, humanity as if it was a kind of unified agent controlling the future of the planet. And of course, how much control do any of us have, even the species as a whole? But also humanity isn't a unified agent. We all know that. So I think it's a very problematic image. So what I'm really interested in, and I think it's coming up, but I think it's true across the project as a whole, is what models might mean at a sort of personal individual level. So I've taken this from Gaia Vince's book, No More Century, which is about climate change and migration, which is very good. And she takes a sort of one of the more kind of standard sort of scientific temperature rises with these different kind of emissions pathways. And then she puts in her own sort of life history. So she kind of personalizes it in terms of her children. I've added in rather morbidly a kind of a sort of speculation about the potential date of my demise. I mean, it's because I think that factors into it too. When we contemplate the future, we contemplate these projections, we're contemplating our own mortality as well as the world that awaits future generations, whether or not we have children. But obviously, if you have children, you might be thinking a little bit differently in terms of the future. So that's one way in which one can think about the relationship between sort of personal experience and techno-scientific climate projections. This is another kind of way of thinking about it. This is from Erica Thompson, who's a mathematician who's written a book about modeling and their limits. I won't read the whole quote as a whole, but what she says is that she thinks of climate change fiction as a good way of modeling the future, as a kind of complement to techno-scientific modeling. Because you can show what the world would look like, the social consequences, the political consequences, and here, how would it feel to be a part of that future? So different kinds of, if you like, literary texts can address those kind of issues, and not as a substitute for techno-scientific modeling, but as a kind of complement to it. So that's kind of the first half. And then in the second half, I'm going to just whiz through the 3 work packages for the project and say what they're trying to do. And I'm going to spend most time on work package 2 because that's got the strongest social sciences component. And obviously I'm interested for the purposes of this conference in the humanities social sciences interface. So I'll say, I won't go into much detail about the other 2 work packages, but I'll say a bit just so you can see the project as a whole. Okay, so this is work package 1, which is focused on Anglophone literature, and particularly theatre and the personal essay. This is the work package that I work largely in because of my expertise. And we're interested in how these texts model the issue of posterity, how they imagine the future, and particularly parent-child relationships, and how they move from kind of describing the future to prescribing it, suggesting that some futures are better than others, if you like. One of my starting points for thinking about my work for this work package is an essay by Jonathan Franzen called What If We Stop Pretending? Franzen's, as you might know, is a very well-known North American novelist, but he's also an essayist, and he wrote this quite infamous essay in 2019 about how it was going to be impossible to keep global heating within 2 degrees, and saying the various scenarios that would follow from that. It was widely criticised as a kind of a sort of overly pessimistic essay written from a kind of perspective of white privilege. And one of the things that was criticised the most was his claim that he does his own kind of modelling in his head and runs all these scenarios and suggests that the targets cannot be met. I mean, there's a lot to sort of criticise in the essay, but in a sense, I didn't have a big problem with that because, why shouldn't one be able to kind of project at an individual level what one imagines the future might be? One might be wrong, but that shouldn't be kind of off limits, it seems to me, that we all have a right to sort of think about and imagine what the future might hold. What I really noticed in his essays is how it smuggled in assumptions about human nature. So for Franzen, he didn't think human beings were kind of capable of dealing with the challenge of something like climate change, which may or may not be right, but it's an assumption, not a kind of truth. And often in these sort of discussions and these representations of climate futures, ideas about certain values, certain ethics, ideas about human nature are there, but in a kind of concealed way. And I'm interested in kind of bringing them out. So a kind of key, not the only strand that we're looking at in work package 1 is around modelling and the figure of the child. So I'm influenced in how essays on the ethics of procreation, should I have a child in a climate crisis? should I have children? How many children should I have? How they draw on scientific climate projections, and how they then try and move beyond climate science in particular ways. Meanwhile, Julia Hoydis, my collaborator, looks at prose fictions focusing on post-disaster survival, particularly parent-child relationships, and how the figure of the child becomes a kind of mascot for the future, often in quite a problematic way. There's just a few references there. If anyone, I'll put my email address in the chat after this, and if anyone wants to, you know, consult with me, look at the slides, whatever, feel free to email me. So I'll do that. So this is another kind of infamous climate doomist, Roy Scranton, who I think is actually very interesting and quite complex writer. So something I'm drawing on in my work for this work package is his representations of his kind of anxieties as a parent about the future that awaits his child. Might be children now. And his sense of kind of horror and kind of global catastrophe on the cards during the late 21st century. Again, he's been criticised a lot for having this kind of privileged global north perspective, that he's not actually, like me, not experiencing directly the effects of climate change, whereas many people in the global south are right now. So there's lots of sort of discuss there, but nonetheless, I think he's an interesting thinker. And just to kind of, I'm going to whiz through a bit, but just to finish off what I wanted to say about the work package 1, and I suppose tying it into sort of science and social sciences. One of the things that Scranton and quite a lot of other writers have drawn on is this article by Windsor Nicholas, which got a lot of traction in 2017, because they did a calculation of the best ways of reducing your individual carbon emissions. And as you can see from this thing, the top way they found was to have one fewer child. So given the child's likely lifetime emissions, I mean, it's quite a global north perspective, but nonetheless, it got a lot of traction. A lot of kind of people were troubled by it. It's got loads of downloads, like thousands and thousands of downloads and citations. Of course, what's really troubling about it is that it conflates. There's a kind of category error there. It assumes a kind of consumer choice, like buying a more efficient car is equivalent to making a choice to have a child or not, which of course they're not. They're totally different things. You know, one is about buying something. One is a kind of very personal, emotional, sort of existential thing. So there's a real basic problem, I think, there, but it's become a very influential piece, and a lot of writers have kind of responded to it. Just going to forward through that. And just to finish off this little bit on work package 1, I'll just focus about that middle quote taken from Farhana Sultana's article on climate coloniality. It is immoral for the rich to talk about the future of their children and grandchildren when the children of the global south are dying now. And I'll just leave that hanging there, but it does tie in with these issues around modelling and perspective and power, I suppose, and authority. Who has the right to speak? Okay, very briefly. So work package 3 is focused on criticism. So it's about kind of reception often of climate fiction, but also pedagogical texts, educational texts. So they're looking at modelling procedures in literary reviews and sort of educational modelling in terms of climate change in the future. And there's their texts there. They've got a focus on intergenerational justice, as we all have. And they're, again, like us, interested in the kind of conflation of descriptive and normative statements. So by descriptive, I mean, the future is likely to look like this. That's a description. A normative statement is this future is likely to look like this, therefore we should do that. That's normative. That's sort of saying you should do something. I'm being brief on this because I want to get to work package 2. So work package 2 is the most innovative part of the project, and it's kind of what drives the project and makes it most interesting, I think. It's interdisciplinary within the work package, but also it intersects outside the work package too. And it's very much a sort of social sciences led work package. So it's within I suppose, in terms of the funding, it's a kind of humanities funded project, but it has a very strong social sciences component. So work package 2 brings together digital methods in STS, science and technology studies, and what they call multimodal linguistic discourse analysis. Now, I have some understanding of what they're doing in this work package, led by Warren Pierce and Kara Schwegler. I'm not an expert on these areas, so I know, what they've told me, what I've read, what I've learned from them. But I'm conscious that, in doing these slides, I've been very much dependent on their expertise. So they're particularly interested in text-image combinations, how text and image is used together, often online, on social media, to form what we call cultural climate models. So their kind of methodologies are quite different from the ones in work package 1 and 3, which are kind of working within a kind of literary studies, cultural studies, environmental humanities, and pedagogy. Their methods are very different for work package 2. So they're doing two kind of things that they brought together. Linguistic discourse analysis, a kind of sociolinguistics, which is not a million miles away from the kind of close reading I might do as a sort of literary specialist, but is much more technical and sort of ordered, I suppose. And then they're doing digital methods too. So they're looking at digital media, social media, and they're doing different levels of analysis, from very large scale analysis of particular keywords across a platform like X, to looking at individual posts. So just make sure you can see those slides. So this is the kind of work they've been doing in building their data set. They've started with search queries, and you can see their search queries as the very general one of climate change. And then there are more specific ones, such as net zero, antinatalism, veganism, and those ones come from the kind of work we've been doing in work package 1 and the interests that we've had. So we've kind of fed them these keywords. So antinatalism, if you don't know the term, is a kind of, it's a philosophical position that it's wrong to have children. Now you can have that as a philosophical position entirely detached from climate change, but it's often been brought into play and given kind of new power, that position, through people anxious about the future, basically. It's not a position I hold, but it's a position, I mean, I have 2 children for a start, but it's a position that I'm very interested in. And they've taken some of the work we've done in work package 1 and brought that in as a keyword. They've been doing what they call scraping these platforms, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter X, and producing huge data sets. So as you can see, the posts are in the sort of tens of thousands that they've been looking at. So again, I'm not an expert on these methods by any ways. This is not work that I do directly. I look at their findings, but I couldn't do this work myself. That's where you need the kind of interdisciplinary collaboration. And then, work package 2 is very wide-ranging, and they do a range of different kinds of analysis on the posts that they collect. They look at different actors, so different kind of whose posts they are. They do kind of big computer vision, as we'll see. They do different kinds of linguistic analysis, some large-scale corpus linguistic and some small-scale sociolinguistic. And I've not done anything on the kind of analysis because I haven't had space to do that. So I'm just going to whiz through these slides very quickly. This is the kind of stuff they come up with actor analysis, looking at the different posts attached to different people. This is computer vision analysis from Instagram, which this is the kind of whole scale, but you can draw it, you can focus in to a very kind of micro scale on this and see how particular keywords are focused with particular images, particular climate change topics. And then this is an area I'm a bit more comfortable. This is the kind of work you do through corpus linguistics. And then finally, this is the area where I'm most comfortable because it's not so far away from cultural studies. This is where they look at particular what they call data vignettes. So I think of them as particular examples. And a bit like that image of the Earth with the hand, that meme I showed earlier. These images, so there are a lot of these around COP28 that are repurposed in different ways. And I'm particularly interested in, from a kind of cultural studies perspective, in this image of, this is the Burj Khalifa. the idea of the tipping point, but also, I mean, COP28 was controversial, as you probably know. But for me, it's very much a kind of, it suggests, and going into the blue sky, which I suppose represents hope. But for me, by making the Burj Khalifa your kind of centerpiece for this message of hope, you're very much framing hope and the future around a kind of techno-scientific modernization framing of climate change, which is fine, but it's a very particular normative framing, I suppose. So my final thoughts, and this is about the kind of humanities, social sciences integration. So we're still, as you can probably tell, working on the integration across the work packages. So we're, I think each work package is doing really good work, and already we're sort of working on publications. But what really matters is how we bring together the project as a whole and how we kind of collaborate across the work packages. Work package 1 on literary text, work package 3 on reception and pedagogy, they're quite easy to connect because apart from the modelling theory, they're both working with methodologies from literary and cultural studies. Work package 2 drives the whole project. It's got by far the largest data set and is doing the most innovative work. The integration's a bit trickier. So ways in which we're integrating is they're taking some of the social media search queries from work package 1. We're all working on cultural modelling and how texts move from the descriptive, something is, to the normative, something ought to be, and the way in which they play around with that boundary. I'm increasingly interested in text-image combinations in my own work, and that comes from the kind of work they've been doing in Work Package 2. We're looking at the reception of key, so when they're looking at key figures on social media and how the kind of work we're discussing in Work Package 1 or Work Package 3, that's a typo there, it should be 3, how those figures are then, and those texts are then discussed on social media. And we're planning for a kind of collaborative article, so the whole team, all 10 of us or whatever, about the modelling approach. So a kind of, a very much a sort of methods article rather than a case studies article. So we're still working on this project, publications to come, further integration to come, but that's a kind of snapshot of where we are at the moment. I'll finish there, thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Higgins. That was a really interesting talk on the integration of different perspectives on climate change models. And apart from the what seems to be ruling the roost right now, the techno-scientific worldview, you have talked about combining perspectives from other fields, particularly from the humanities. And these ideas are really interesting, and we will look forward to seeing this, in print someday very soon. And some of this certainly will be published. I'm sure there will be questions for Professor Higgins. I saw Momita Sahu, I think, raising her hand. Momita, would you like to ask anything? Momita? Okay, just to start off, Professor Higgins, I was just wondering, I mean, are you also, though it sounds very cliched when you say this, I mean, so much has been probably written about this, but are you also going to talk about or include indigenous perspectives on climate change models, or is that something already there, or, you probably mentioned, I missed out on that. Is it there? I mean, the indigenous perspectives of, people from around the world.
That's a really good point. I think one of the limitations of the project, and I think a problem with it in some ways, is that it's there's different ways of framing it, of course, in terms of justice, and partly because of our expertise and our interest, we went around the kind of intergenerational route. Now, of course, that maps onto other forms, and it's not separate from other forms of injustice, global north, global south, colonial versus indigenous. Yeah. All these inequalities are kind of intertwined when it comes to climate change. But for reasons of feasibility, we've taken this one focus, and it's quite problematically, I think, I'm increasingly thinking global North focused project. So there are indigenous writers, sort of Anglophone writers who I'm drawing on. There's some really interesting work coming from Pacific Island nations, particularly some in the recent Not Too Late anthology that Rebecca Solnit co-edited. So I am doing some of that work, and I think particularly, I mean, the Pacific Islands is a really good example actually, because you've got, on the one hand, you've got these techno-scientific models with all these kind of abstract projections. Then you've got people on these islands seeing what's happening right, on their doorstep, and potentially having to kind of, leave their home.
Yeah.
So you really see that kind of clash between the local indigenous perspective and then the sort of techno-scientific kind of abstract perspective. So I'm trying to bring more of that work in, but I think for me, what I would hope to do is a kind of more a sort of a different kind of follow-up project that would be more of a kind of global North, global South collaboration, and would bring certainly coloniality and indigeneity to the fore. So it's there, but it's not perhaps as there as one would want it to be in the current project. But that's partly for reasons of feasibility.
Right.
But it's a very good question.
Yeah, I mean, I was also wondering. I mean, this is more philosophical, of course. I mean, considering the poverty of our present, in the sense that we are being conditioned by the present, do you think that we could, come up with really just models for the future when we are so conditioned by the limitations of our present? I mean, this is of course I don't know. Would you like to respond to that?
Well, yes, a very good question. I mean, it's always a danger, I think, if you work in the humanities, you kind of overstating the importance of what you do of art and literature. But I do think it's in different kinds of art forms, not just literature, all art, where that's where you kind of resist the tyranny of the present and a total, sort of techno-scientific modernizing framing. That's where you kind of explore and you generate kind of alternative visions of the future.
Exactly.
For me, that's what makes generative AI so scary, because it's trying to co-opt this kind of creative exploratory space into this sort of tech paradigm, so that it sort of encompasses everything. So I think for me, one of the things the project might end up trying to do is sort of defend the value of creative arts, in the equal value of the creative arts in imagining better futures, because otherwise, as you say, there is the tyranny of the present, and we're not going to be able to break. We can't. I can't remember whose quote is it. You can't. What is it? I'm going to muck it up, but it's something about you can't break a new paradigm using the same tools as the old paradigm. That's the kind of idea.
Thank you so much. We could have some questions from the participants here. Please, you're welcome to ask a couple of questions. Maybe is that okay, Professor Higgins? Could take a couple of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. My sound's not great, so if I can't hear properly, they might have questioners might have to put it into the chat, but I'll do my best.
Sure. Mitali, do we have any questions?
Yes. So actually, we are running short of time. So I would suggest that, as Professor Higgins has already put his email ID in the chat box, so I graciously request all of the participants to drop your questions to him directly. And with this, I would like to give a vote of thanks to our esteemed speakers today. So thank you, Professor Higgins, for delivering such an erudite and insightful lecture on culture climate models. Your talk, especially at a moment of the current climate urgency, has been incredibly enlightening. Thank you, Professor Nath, for graciously chairing this session and sharing your valuable time with us. I also extend my gratitude to our participants for being attentive listeners. With that, I now pass the virtual mic to the host of our next session.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Professor Claire.
Hello.
Ma'am,
I'm going
we
to
are.
try. Sorry,
Yes.
it looks as if I can share my screen, so I will try and do that once the
Yes,
talk
yes,
starts.
sure. Ma'am, we are waiting for Professor Shruti Das to join. So, yes.
I think she's just here.
But then you hadn't unmuted me or you hadn't.
Oh,
I mean,
so
video
sorry.
was right,
So sorry, ma'am.
It's okay. Hi, Monica. Hi, Claire.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. So since we are running out of time, without any further delay, uh, let me let me begin this session. So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of I am Momita Bala. On behalf of the organizing committee of the New Literaria, I welcome you all to the fifth international e-conference on bridging realms, intersections in humanities and social sciences. Which is organized by New Literaria, an international journal of interdisciplinary studies in humanities in collaboration with Department of History, Humanities and Society, University of Rome, Tor Vergata, Italy, and Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, India. So we are very honored to have with us our very distinguished Professor Dr. Shruti Das, who is a professor and head in the postgraduate department of English and director Center for Canadian Studies, Berhampur University, Odisha in India. She is a critic, translator, and poet, writing bilingually in English and her native tongue Odia. As an avid researcher, she has participated, presented papers as plenary and keynote speakers, and chaired sessions in many national and international seminars and webinars on English literature, culture, gender, and eco-criticism in India, Malaysia, Nepal, USA, and many European countries. She has been a visiting lecturer in 2 universities in Poland. She has published more than 79 research papers and 12 books, and she is the editor of Literary Oracle, an international peer-reviewed journal of literature and culture. And she has been placed in the bibliography of Commonwealth writers for her first volume of poems. She has received the Association for the Study of Literature and Environment Travel Award 2019 at the University of California, USA. One of her papers has been cited in the seminal book Ecolinguistics, written by Professor Aaron Stepp and published from Routledge in 2021. And her special interests are post-colonialism, South Asian feminism, Indian aesthetics, eco-criticism, and English language teaching. So, and apart from that, she loves traveling and caring for others. So now I will hand over to our esteemed chairperson, Professor Shruti Das, who will guide us through the rest of the session. Over to you, Dr. Shruti Das. Ma'am.
Thank you very much for such a generous introduction. I thank New Literaria, Tanmay Kundu, and the organizers for having me chair this wonderful session. I look forward to listening to Professor Claire Warwick. I welcome her on board. Claire Warwick is Professor of Digital Humanities in the Department of English at Durham University. Her research is concerned with the way that digital resources, including artificial intelligence techniques, are used in the humanities and cultural heritage and in reading behavior in physical and digital spaces. A monograph on the history of cyberspace, which is a very, very important book, Digital Humanities and the Cyberspace Decade, A World Elsewhere, will be published in October 2024. We all look forward to that, Claire. And so Claire will be speaking on very, very interesting topic, especially something which literature students think is taboo for us or something beyond our domain. And very clearly, in this lecture of hers, in this talk of hers, Claire is going to tell us how artificial intelligence can be explained through digital humanities, and the future belongs to AI, of course, but it cannot, I mean, the dangers of AI cannot be explained and will remain a danger if literature is not harnessed to AI and to, I mean, digital humanities are very important in this regard. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dasson. Thank you to everyone in New Literaria and to Tanmoy Kundu in particular for inviting me. So I'm now going to try and share my slides. This is not always easy or possible using various different platforms, but I'm going to try. And if that doesn't work, then somebody local should be able to show them to you. So I'm going to just try and do that now. Let's see. Okay, it's not liking doing that. I wonder if somebody would be able to show the slides.
Yes,
Professor,
Professor, I'm just sending you my email ID quickly so that you can send.
I have your
You,
PPT.
oh, you
I'll
have
try
it.
to
Then
share.
do that. Do that. Do
Yes.
that.
You can do that.
Either
Okay,
do that, or
fantastic.
Momita, you can share also if you.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay.
Yeah, try sharing from your end.
Just doesn't like doing this, unfortunately. So, in which case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and look at my presentation, and I will just wait until you've got the slides, and then you can start sharing. Mumita, is it working?
Is it visible? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Aha, this looks fantastic. Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so in which case, let's get started. So could you move on to the slide number 2, please, which is blue.
Yeah.
Great, perfect. So I'm going to read you this description of a computational phenomenon. A computer-generated public domain which has no territorial boundaries or physical attributes, and it is in perpetual use. This is growing at a rapid rate daily, is taking shape and direction as a consequence of the voluntary actions of its participants, and it is claimed is not controlled by any single authority. A world born from the dark visions of a science fictional genius who often used to describe a world brilliant with promise and fraught with peril. Dark and foreboding to some, yet sparkling in the bright hopes of a new generation. Okay, if you could move on to the next slide, please. So here's another quotation. Its chambers bloom wherever data gathers and is stored. Its depths increase with every image or word or number, with every addition, every contribution of fact or thoughtful. Its horizons recede in every direction. It breathes larger, it complexifies, it embraces and involves. So I'd just like to ask you to think, what is that talking about? What are those quotations about? Well, in fact, you may have already guessed that they are things that people wrote about what was then called cyberspace in the 1990s. But they could just as easily have been written about artificial intelligence now. So the reason why I'm linking the two things is not just because I've just written a book, as Dr. Das so kindly mentioned, but because what I'm going to talk about today is the linkages between the way that cyberspace was imagined, the way it was, as you will have noticed, the quotation in the first quotation actually talks about science fictional genius. So the effect of science fiction and fiction in general on how we imagine cyberspace, but then also, so what that can teach us, what should we be thinking about in the context of artificial intelligence, including things like ChatGPT and GPT-4, which some people have worried may actually take the place of creativity and literary creativity, but creativity in all different senses. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. But as I say, it's very interesting to think about how those descriptions of cyberspace, that sense that it's out of control, that it might cause us worry, that it might cause anxiety, that we don't understand it, it's technologically terrifying. All those sorts of things link both the reception of AI now and what people were saying about it in the 90s. So let's have a look at, I think we've got how it started up. Yes, we do. So this is how it started. People were very excited by the idea of cyberspace to begin with. This is a famous reproduction of a cartoon from the New Yorker magazine, which, as you can see, expresses the idea that in cyberspace, no one knows who you are. So the conceit, obviously, is that these two dogs are typing away. But generally, the idea that cyberspace was a new place, what I've called a world elsewhere, was very exciting and quite quite beguiling in many ways. Particularly the idea, you have to remember that in the olden days of the internet, in the 1990s, we couldn't have done what we're doing now. There were no videos, there were no images. If you took part in a chat room or an online role-playing game, all you had was text. So you basically had to say, if you were playing a game, imagine I'm playing the game, Claire enters the room and says, whatever it might be. And I'd actually have to describe all the furniture that was in the room as well. So all you had was text. And in a sense, it's hard for us to remember that or even imagine it for those of us who weren't around in the 1990s on the internet. That might seem very difficult, but it was also, to some extent, very liberating. People thought about the idea of being cyborgs, imagining themselves as part human, part machine via being on the internet. And it seemed particularly attractive to women and people who might have been disabled, because there's a sense that you weren't going to be defined by your body. You weren't going to be defined by what you looked at, who looked at you and what they thought, because you would be free in this textual world. So a lot of excitement originally about the internet. But of course, if we move on to the next slide, please, we now realize that that was not exactly how it wound up. Now, I've just collected at random a couple of headlines here from The Guardian, which talk about the ramifications of cyberspace, what now we would call social media online. Now, as we all know, those thoughts and wishes for the liberating power of cyberspace didn't exactly go as planned. And what we see now is trolling, what we would be then have called trolling, but is now, well, it's still called trolling, really. It was then called flaming, but we now think of it as trolling. We now think of it as online abuse, online hate speech, online bullying. And obviously recently, this has included things like sextortion, where young men are catfished and asked to take images of themselves in a sexual fashion and then blackmailed. There's also been this is about footballers who've been trolled online, but so many people have now that it's become almost a kind of a normative experience, to the point where many people feel unsafe online now. Many people find that they don't want to be on social media. Some of my female students have actually decided not to be on Instagram anymore because they feel that Instagram is actively harmful towards their mental health, because it's showing images that are so highly sexualized and are so much about body image and weight And so, in fact, in some ways, that is literally the opposite of what people actually hoped for in the early days of cyberspace. But another aspect of this that's been incredibly important and potentially extremely damaging, if we can move on to the next slide, please, is this sense of techno-utopianism. Now, this is where this, the effect of imaginative literature becomes incredibly important. So the image you can see here, one of the images you can see here is the front cover of an early edition of the sci-fi novel Neuromancer by William Gibson. Now, I don't know how many of you have read Neuromancer, but it's not all that widely read these days. But in the 1980s, it was published in 1984. And in the 1980s and early 90s, it was an incredibly influential book, very, very widely read, very, very much of the zeitgeist. And the idea you can see from this image that's obviously, someone has designed for the book cover of someone who is clearly a cyborg, who has some kind of computational device plugged into their head. And that Gibson does talk about it. He talks about jacking into the Matrix. If you've seen the film The Matrix, this is the film, this is the book that was the inspiration for The Matrix, which of course has become an absolutely cult movie, especially among people who enjoy technology. So William Gibson described the idea of what he called the Matrix, what became known as cyberspace, popularly. And the language in which he wrote was very much, those two quotations I read to you at the beginning with this rather kind of lyrical style are very influenced by Gibson's style in which he describes cyberspace. And so you can see that, literature in itself here was enormously influential, but this gave rise to ideas about, almost as though people who were entering real life cyberspace thought that they were actually in a sci-fi novel. And this gave rise to some very interesting ideas, as I say, and to some extent, women were hopeful that they might be liberated by this text-only medium where, their bodies were not on show. But other inhabitants of cyberspace, shall we say, at the time, were also beguiled by this idea of liberty. And we have to imagine at the time that, well, it's important to remember that at the time, about 95% of the online population was male, but it was a tiny percentage of the overall population, probably even in the US, which was, probably the most networked nation at the time, really only about 5 to 10% of the population actually had access to an internet connection at home. So this is the people that were online at the time were very particular. They were the generation of people that Wired magazine was invented for. They were usually highly technical. They probably worked in IT or an IT type business, or they might be academics, but very few people were online. And those who were very influenced by these Gibsonian ideas that Gibson talks about his hackers as cowboys. So the idea, the myth of the of the Old West, completely not an urban environment where people were free to almost behave as they liked. And that has become, that myth, that idea of, the cowboy movie, the cowboy novel, has driven what we think, or what people were thinking in the 1990s as the way cyberspace should be. It should be a virgin land. When we're talking about environmental criticism, this is actually really important. Cyberspace was imagined as the frontier, the virgin land where anything could be built and people could behave in a very highly individualistic way. With minimal interference from government. Now, that in itself had really, really important consequences. If we could go on to the next slide, please. What you can see here are 2 pages from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Now, note the name, Frontier, is really important. Now, this was an association set up by several people, one of them of Indian extraction, who were well, they were very beguiled by this idea of online freedom. One of them was John Perry Barlow, who is because he's just died recently, was the lyric writer for the Grateful Dead, the band, and they wanted to they protested. They wanted to uphold what they saw as people's right to freedom online, and thus, as I say, the frontier is very important in this sense. Now, if you look at the blue cover here, that's the blue. These are from its website. These images, and Section 230 is a hugely important piece of legislation, which initially, ironically enough, the Electronic Freedom Foundation actually was set up pretty much to protest. So this is part of the Telecommunications Bill, which was passed into law in 1996 in the US. And what this section basically says is that no online publisher is ever responsible for what happens, or no online something like internet service provider, no service provider is ever liable for any damage or harm that comes to any of us online. So this is why things like X, formerly Twitter, or in particular, that why people can in effect be bullied and slandered and horrifically racist, sexist, all sorts of dreadful things can happen, and that's because X as a platform or Facebook or anything else are not liable for any of this. Originally, this was part of the bill which was intended to limit children's access to pornography and other damaging materials online, and the Electronic Freedom Foundation protested that because they felt it was a limitation to personal freedom. But now these days they very much support 230 because it basically says that business can do what it likes online and there is no recourse, even if you can prove that someone was hurt, physically hurt or psychologically hurt as a result of something that happened online. And you can see that here this is a very recent article from the Electronic Freedom Foundation, where they are protesting the recent UK Online Safety Bill, which was passed into law last year, which again is intended to protect people from harm online, especially children. And you can see that the EFF is saying, well, this is a very bad idea because it limits free speech. Well, yes, it does limit free speech, but it limits people's freedom to harm other people. And this is why it's been passed into law. So hence, I'm moving really from cyberspace to the situation in which we find ourselves, because the consequences of 230 were that people were, as I've said, genuinely hurt by what was happening on early cyberspace. It was described by one woman who had suffered online bullying as being roadkill on the information superhighway. The information superhighway was a phrase that was used at the time as a kind of synonym for cyberspace or the internet. Now, by the early to mid 90s, it was very clear that this kind of bullying and hate speech that we'd now see as typical of online platforms was happening. But the people who were suffering from it were just your average person online, or rather not average, because they were part of the 5%. In other words, they were the female users of the internet. And for whatever reason, despite the fact that this was known about, it was written about, it was in the academic literature, even if it wasn't necessarily so much in the popular literature, nothing was done. Why was nothing done? Well, my hypothesis is that partly because the victims were female, and it was seen as, if you put yourself in this, slightly lawless environment, then what do you expect? But also, I think because of this idea that it was a world elsewhere, it was like being in a game, in Grand Theft Auto, very popular game at the time, real cops don't get called if someone is stealing cars in Grand Theft Auto. So I think there was a sense that this was a game world and that it didn't really matter. And that is incredibly significant, this idea that online is just a game. again, we're thinking about creativity, imagination, and text, and that has real world consequences. And I think it is very important that we think about that in the context of the current use of AI, because if you would move to the next slide, please, what the problem is that at the moment, those women who were suffering in the early days of cyberspace were not known about, were not listened to, were not seen as important. What do we currently know, therefore, about normal people's, average people's experience of AI and the use of AI? You might be expecting me to use some animations or fly-throughs or something like that to populate this slide. But no, there are no extra bits of text or images to put in here, because this is what we currently know about public views of AI, whether that is people in the UK, whether it's people in the post-industrial areas of County Durham, which are by global north standards extremely impoverished, or whether it's people in, highly technologized cities like those that you will find in India. We don't know about people's views of AI, and I think my view is that this empty slide is a very dangerous situation. If we could move to the next slide, please. Why is it dangerous? Why should we care that nobody seems to know about what's happening? Well, you'll gather that one of my premises is that we had, in effect, the chance to be warned against the dangers of online platforms in the early days of cyberspace, but those who were suffering from trolling were simply not listened to. So that's one analogy. But the other analogy is this. What we've got here is a picture of GM crops, pears, as it turns out, but they can be all sorts of food, whether vegetables or animal. And we've also got an autonomous vehicle here. Now, I don't know what the law says about genetically modified food in India, but in the UK, it isn't allowed because, and this is because of misunderstanding of the science. So it turns out that in scientific terms, genetically modifying food is actually it could be seen as a very benign act, because it helps to provide seeds that are healthier, that might be more productive, that therefore might feed more people in the world. And that's a very benign act. But when this idea was introduced in the UK, when the idea of having genetically modified food was introduced in the UK, it was something that normal people just instinctively felt was wrong, and there was no sense that their ideas were being listened to. It was just a sense that people did not feel that it was appropriate that their food was being modified in the ways that they couldn't understand. It felt like a kind of Dr. Frankenstein type intervention. So genetically modified food was absolutely rejected by customers, and to the extent, as I say, it is now not allowed in the UK. In a similar fashion, autonomous vehicles have been, there's been a lot of money and time devoted to the development of autonomous vehicles. But while the science may have been good, just as it was with GM crops, the realities of it weren't really thought about. So there have been not numerous, but there have been several accidents in the US with people using autonomous taxis, to the point where either passengers have been injured or passers-by have been injured. And there really hasn't been enough thought into just because you can do this technically. For example, if there's an accident, what happens? Does the car try and save its passengers, or does it try and avoid harm to what might be, let's say, a pedestrian or a child in the road, thereby causing harm to its own passengers? There really hasn't been enough thought about the sense of how this technology interfaces with the real world, to the point where, rather like GM crops, progress in autonomous vehicles has ground to almost to a halt, because not unreasonably, people don't feel safe with the idea of getting into an autonomous taxi if they don't know what might happen in an emergency. And so, many firms they've tried these things actually in California, and many of them have just been pulled because, the taxi firms just don't feel they can make money if people don't want to get into the vehicles. So what I'm arguing here is it is extremely important that we think about not only the science of artificial intelligence, but also the way that it affects people. Because in the end, this is going to be extremely important. And there are benign uses of artificial intelligence as well as malign uses. We know that it can be biased. We know that it can introduce racist and sexist ideas into its selection of things like images. But we also know that when you use it in a medical context, it can detect things like early cancer developing in a much more effective and reliable way than human radiographers. So, this is not to say that AI is always going to be malign. It's absolutely, in the way that the internet has brought us many, many benefits as well as problems. What I'm saying is that we need to think about its effect on humans as a way of supporting its benefits and helping to guard against the problems that may occur. Now, if you could just move on to this as my last slide. We could say regulate. And it is interesting that, numerous sovereign countries, as well as bodies such as the EU, the European Union, are thinking about bringing in legislation to regulate the use of AI. And obviously the Digital India Act, which is currently in process, I think. I don't know a great deal about AI regulation in India, but it's clear that the Indian government is thinking about how this should be done. And this is great. And I actually think it's very, very important because early efforts, as we've seen with things like Section 230 to regulate the internet in the US in particular, went tragically wrong simply because there was no sense that it was important to protect people. The idea, all the legislation that we saw, well, the very little amount of legislation that was enacted about the use of cyberspace was all about making it a useful platform for business. It looks like current regulatory effects are trying to think about how can you balance the effect of, yes, of course, we want to create prosperity. Of course, we want to create growth for our economy, but we also need to think about protecting people from harm. And that, I think, is very welcome. The slightly less positive signs are, though, that as you can see here, we've got a recent headline from probably about 2-3 weeks ago, where big AI corporations are already trying to undermine this kind of regulation by saying, okay, this is what OpenAI, which is one of the huge artificial intelligence organizations, here is saying, well, the UK needs more data centers. But actually, if you go into this article in detail, what it's really saying is, and if you need more data centers, you also need to deregulate. You need to soften the regulation for the Online Safety Act because business needs more ability to prosper. What isn't being discussed in these debates is the question of how it affects us as normal people. How do we feel about the use of AI? How do creative people feel about the use of AI that might potentially replace journalists in particular, but creative writers, people who produce the literature of the future? How do we feel about potentially our healthcare, our benefits, our access to the justice system being driven by AI in the way that we may not be able to use human intervention? These are all possibilities, and at the moment, nobody's asking what people feel about them. So I think while regulation is important and significant, there is a real need to listen or to find out about what average people, wherever they might be in the world, may feel about this, what they know about AI and what they want to know, and what they use and what they want to be used in the context of their own lives. So really, that's just, for me, it's a call to action at the moment. I have tried several times to get work on this funded, but at the moment, certainly no UK funders seem to be interested in it. So I would hope that people in India might take a more enlightened approach. But anyway, that is me, basically. Thank you very much for listening. And that is all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Professor Shruti, ma'am? Thank you, Professor Claire, for such an enriching talk. Thanks.
Momita, I think Dr. Shruti possibly lost
Yes.
connectivity with the meeting.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, we can go ahead with the question and answer session.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she will join in.
Yeah, sure. So I can see few questions in the chat box. So I can, ma'am, I am reading it to you. So Tania Islam has asked, would love to know Professor Warwick's thoughts on the uses and misuses of AI in the classroom. Can you please answer that?
Sure, thank you very much. This is a huge question, of course. In a sense, I mean, I don't know about your university, but my university has been thinking about this a lot, because obviously it's very tempting in some ways for students to use AI. And I think that it's not realistic to try and say that it's not possible that we should come out with an entire ban on this. I mean, if you remember in the early days of Wikipedia, some academics, some teachers felt that, you know, their students should not under any circumstances use Wikipedia because they weren't sure whether it was reliable or not. Of course, that ban was completely unenforceable, and we know that these days everybody uses Wikipedia. I mean, I use Wikipedia when I'm if I want to find out about something that I don't know about. But I wouldn't, you know, I know that my students do that, but equally I wouldn't expect them to just cut and paste Wikipedia articles because they know that if they did that, they wouldn't be getting a very good grade. So I think in the same way, you know, one of the things that we're trying to think about in my university, but I think it's a sensible way forward, is to think about, okay, how can AI be used a bit like Wikipedia? You know, do you use ChatGPT to start off a query? But if you use it, one of the the regulations we have now say, well, fine, if you use ChatGPT, you must cite it like any other source. You know, if you can start off thinking about what ChatGPT has to say about it, but it needs to be used as the beginning of your thoughts. And of course, we know, you know, one of the things that I talk about with my students is how language models work. So they work on the probability that the solution will be right, that, you know, that one word will follow another. Now, you know, we know that in arts humanities, if you want to get a good grade as a student, you want to be original. You don't want to write the essay that is the most sort of normal essay on that topic. You want to write an essay that's original and interesting on that topic. So, you know, just using AI will provide you with an answer, but it may not provide you with a great grade, because that's, you know, the AI is trying to find the average answers to this, not the most outstanding one. So yeah, I think one of the things that we're thinking about is things will develop gradually in terms of our understanding of this, but we need to think about, we can't say don't use these tools, but we need to think about how can they be used intelligently, and, you know, what's the best way to integrate them into creative pedagogy in the arts humanities.
Thank you, Professor Claire. So we have Professor David Higgins, one of our keynote speakers. He has remarked super interesting. David, if you are here, you can, if you have any questions, you can ask Claire.
I think there's also another question in the chat, in fact.
Yes. By Siddiqui. What do you think about fixing AI for a good purpose?
I'm not quite sure what that means, but does it mean that we should limit the use of AI to positive tasks? I mean, if it does, I think it would be nice if we could do that. But I think one of the important things to remember about AI is that it is, at the moment at least, created by humans. So it is going to have human failings. The reason why it has biases is because people have biases. Sadly, people are racist and sexist and anti-Semitic and just, have strange attitudes to disability. And, we can be aware of our biases and prejudices, but we can't entirely rub them out. So that is always going to feed into the question of how AI functions. So that I think it's until we can perfect human beings, we can't perfect AI, very sadly.
Okay. So what can be the possible solutions to fix AI?
I think what we have to do, I think it's awareness. We need to understand how it works, and we need to try, we need to put significant effort into trying to improve the models so that they are not casually biased. And that's something that I know computer science colleagues are working very hard on. The other thing is to understand the way it works is the sense that AI is something like an AI model is something like ChatGPT is its objective is to answer your question. Now, hence the fact that sometimes it will, people use the word hallucinate. I'm going to use the word lie, but it doesn't have a moral sense. Its sense is that it's been programmed to answer your question. So if it doesn't know the answer, it'll make one up because it doesn't have an ethical basis and it's just trying to do what it's told, which is answer your question. So again, there's a lot of work, I think, in computer science about, and indeed in colleagues I have in philosophy are thinking about how this can work and how we can, in a sense, create a more ethical type of AI and how we need to be aware that it will hallucinate sometimes. So you cannot, implicitly trust it.
So this leads to another interesting question by Devabroto Adhikari. How can we view ChatGPT writing poems, literary works for human beings? Does it not devalue the human creativity and imagination?
Yes, I think it does. And I don't know how that's going to play out. I mean, what we do know is that as new technologies arrive, art and creativity tend to change. So, for example, if we think about the way that painting and art, the creation of art of different types, like sculpture, how that changed in the late 19th to early 20th century to take into account the fact of photography. Figurative art couldn't in some ways compete with a photograph. So then how do you create a different kind of art that isn't just, a photograph, but in color, because of course early photography was not colored. So I don't know how that's going to affect art, but I do have faith in human creativity. And I think that in some ways, the way that we think about art, the way that we think about creativity will change in this context, but I don't know how.
Okay. Thank you, Claire. Shubhankar has raised his hand.
Yeah,
Can you please unmute?
first, yes. First of all, thank you, Professor. It's a very fascinating kind of talk, and slightly a bit away from what you were exactly talking about, but I'm kind of work around the new media, the religion, and AI. And you talk about the idea of the ethicality as well as the idea of value as well as faith, for that matter. So what came to my mind quite interesting, and I don't have an answer to that. That recently I saw in many places the robot becomes the preacher. Like you are talking about robots getting into teaching recently in India, in Bangalore, in one of the university, a robot started teaching in the class, like more of an experimental basis. They started in Bangalore possibly. So, what my question is more around the idea of the faith. Now, it has been called that AI is the neo God. that is coming up. So what happens to the sort of idea of God and faith and all those things when we see something like AI gradually taking that space, and something which is beyond human and possibly more than human also for that matter? So how do you see that aspect of religion and this AI thing getting into those things? Yeah, if you can put a bit.
That's a really fascinating question, and one of my colleagues in philosophy or theology would probably be better answering than me. But I think it's really interesting because actually going back to the cyberspace topic again, we in the early days of cyberspace, some of these guys, and they almost always were guys. I'm not being sexist. That talked about this idea of techno-utopianism. In many ways, the language that they spoke in, one commentator on this said, this language is like that of a medieval mystic. In other words, they talked about the technology as if it were, as you've just said, God. So as if, cyberspace might be in some ways heaven. Yeah. So yes, I mean, there is that temptation, and some people argue that since the rise of science and technology means that at least in Europe and the UK in particular, very many fewer people go to church than they once did. Now, I don't know whether that's the situation in India or not, but yeah, I mean, there has always been this sort of kind of tension between technology and faith, and I don't know how that's going to play out, but it is a fascinating point. Yeah.
Just for one point, during this COVID time, online preaching started, and even in India, in many spaces, the virtual sort of preaching, virtual puja, doing this virtually through online things. So that kind of a shift that happened during the COVID time, which gradually the AI also taking up. I don't know, as you said, we don't know where it is going.
Fascinating.
Yeah, Momita, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, Claire. If you have time, so can we take few more questions?
Sure.
Okay. Then we can go ahead. So we have got one question from Sujetana Biswas. She has asked, I am working in the editing publishing industry for a few months now. Professor Warwick, what is your opinion on AI taking over the publishing world, particularly in terms of design and editing? So that's her question.
That's a really interesting question, isn't it? Because the last slide that I showed, that is the discussion of the fact that some publishing firms don't want to allow OpenAI access to their platforms, and this is obviously OpenAI's response to that is clearly not very positive. But the point being, yes, I mean, there is a real question about how this is going to play out. Certainly a colleague of mine in computer science has been working with a small publishing firm thinking about how do you personalize content. So, that people may be producing different content for different readers from the same platform. Or potentially, yes, you can use AI to create articles, and this may be a threat to people's jobs, particularly in journalism. So exactly how that's going to play out at the moment, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think, particularly the personalization issue, I think is potentially very dangerous, because we already have this sense, if we come back again to the internet and social media, that people are living in their own kind of internet bubbles because algorithms that we don't understand. We don't understand the way that social media algorithms work, but we know that they will send us different content depending on the activity that the algorithm is able to gather that we have used before. And obviously those algorithms are AI based. So, and I think this is very dangerous because there is then the problem of people living in their own little world, not really engaging with other people's opinions, and that can lead to, extreme radical behavior, which is clearly not what what society wants in any way. So, yeah, I think that the personalization trend is potentially very, very dangerous. But how it will affect things like design, editing, I mean, I have to say I use things like the AI functions in Google Documents. I find really useful just to run my own document through, in the sense that we all know a spell checker will pick up spelling mistakes, but it won't pick up the fact that if you, for example, one of my students wrote viscous when he meant vicious. and it won't pick that up, but AI will. So some things like AI editing tools can be very useful in that sense and quite benign. But exactly how it's going to affect the whole industry, yeah, there are real dangers about it, and I think that's something the industry has to think about very carefully.
Thank you, Claire. Dr. Shruti, are you there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
over to you, ma'am. Please.
Thank you very much. So this was a very, very interesting and actually thought-provoking talk. Thank you so much, Claire. And I really congratulate the people who were asking the questions. And I'm really impressed with the way with which you handled them, Claire. So I'm looking forward to listening to you more and more sometime and communicating with you. And I congratulate New Literaria for this wonderful conference and for inviting Claire to talk about this very interesting subject. Well, I have found AI not intimidating, but very interesting. And yes, publishing industry should be very careful about it when they are thinking of introducing AI, because then that would cost a lot of people their jobs. And sometimes I do find that AI is wrong when they are representing data and things like that. Well, that's for another day. I thank everybody for being here, all the participants, the organizers, and our respected speaker. Thank you all. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Claire, for being the keynote speaker of this session and for answering all the questions and for waiting sincerely. Like we are running out of time, but you have taken all the questions and you have answered it so beautifully and preciously. So we are very honored to have you here. And I thank Dr. Shruti Das for being the chairperson of this session and for bearing with us. We sincerely apologize for the delay. And I thank all the participants who have joined us today. And we have two more plenary sessions tomorrow, and there are many more sessions. Parallel sessions will be going on. So you have the link, or you can, if you have, if you don't receive, if you have not received the link yet, so you can send us emails or you can text us. So so that's all from our side. And we once again I thank you all for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Well, it
again.
happens. The delay happens. It wasn't too long a delay, but it was okay. We understand
Thank you.
your problems. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a lovely day, all of you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Over to you,
Momita,
Shubhankar.
for hosting the session. So this kinds of officially brings us to the end of the first day, a very successful day with a lot of engagement, but obviously sorry from our side for the technical issues as well as being a bit late in conducting the sessions. Tomorrow we have two plenary talk in the morning starting at 10 o'clock. So I request all of you who are here as well as others, please join in at 10 o'clock in the morning, and which will be followed by parallel sessions. You might have got your details now, so do join in for individual parallel sessions, keeps your PPT and other stuffs ready. So after that, there will be a valedictory sessions. I also request all of you to join in for the valedictory sessions. So yeah, that's it from our side. Thank you everyone for joining. Also thanks to our team for kind of handling this from the back end. Thanks to all the hosts, speakers, as well as the chairpersons, and most importantly the participants who join in. So thank you.